Alice Andrews is running against Elizabeth Velasco
Dwayne Romero is running?
for CD3
Really?
as a Democrat. Is that when we have a Democratic primary?
Well, that's really exciting news about Dwayne. Just another manic Tuesday. Good morning, Pitkin County. This is the Board of County Commissioners work session on Tuesday, March 3rd. It is 10:01 a.m. We were telling movie jokes at 10 o'clock, so apologies for our tardiness. We have one item as part of our special meeting agenda. We will also be calling a special meeting for executive session at the conclusion of this special meeting agenda item. There's one item on our docket, which is individual consideration item, second reading and public hearing, which is a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado, appointing Ted Mann as County Commissioner to serve the remaining term for District 2 Commissioner. It is a public hearing. Any commissioner comments in advance of opening up public comment? Staff comments in advance of opening up public comment? We have a packed room.
Yeah, really.
Any public comment on the one participant Zoom? Seeing none, I'm closing the public comment, bringing it back to the board. Any additional comments from the Board of County Commissioners regarding the person, the process? The weather outside is frightful. Anything? Seeing none, I will.
Well, did you open it up to comments at anything at large, whether outside? Can I say something?
This is a work session. You're welcome to say.
Okay, I was just going to say there's a New York Times article by an Aspen native, I believe, named Sophie Stuber, who now writes for the Telluride Times, but has a New York Times article on tourism in Europe, and it's fascinating to see in the French Alps what is happening with second home ownership and all the things we're wrestling with. Vacation rentals have just changed those communities, and they're also looking at climate issues and how to deal with all that. But it's worth reading. New York Times article, I can get it to people if they can't seem to open it. But one, local author does well, and two, really insightful. I'd seen that just after I'd ridden up the gondola the other day with some Italian tourists who were here enjoying Aspen, and they told me, they kind of took me aside and they said, listen, the skiing here is really good and the snow is generally really good, but the prices are better in Italy and in Europe in general. The food is better, the wine is better, the hotels are more elegant, and they're all cheaper, and the ski passes are cheaper than what we see here in Aspen. And they were saying this is crazy what it costs to come here to ski. And I just thought that's great feedback, and I'm hoping the community and ACRA and the industry hear that, because I think the quality of our product isn't as good as what we see over there. And right now, our snow is probably not as good as what we see over there. So how do we get away with charging all these high prices for everything? That's my comment for today. Thank you.
Trying to sell our town, I see.
Sell it? Am I trying to sell it?
Yeah, apparently not.
Somebody has been.
So any comments related to the resolution in front of us?
Yeah.
Please.
I'm excited about this resolution. I think we've arrived at this conclusion as diligently and somewhat painfully as possible. I did speak to Emily. She's a wonderful person, and she is running, and so is Scott, I think, and Megan and Ted. So we'll have a primary in June. Thank you. Thanks. We'll have a primary in June, but I am delighted to have Ted joining us and looking forward to making it official.
So I will add a similar sentiment, which is thank you to Kara and Ryan Mahoney for shepherding the process for giving sort of summer camp for new commissioners and providing in a short window of time what CCI and CCAT would have done over 3 days. I think you did over a couple hours, so really appreciate both working with the folks that were interested, but also really getting people up to speed. So the quality of the candidates we saw for Commissioner 2 did not make an easy decision at the end, and I appreciate all of the guidance that we get from the Home Rule Charter, the entire paragraph in terms of this process. So I'm glad again for both staff and the way the board conducted the interviews, but also similar to the sentiment that Francie shared. I truly enjoyed the process, and seeing the camaraderie in the room was unbelievable. So it was nice to see high fives in the back of the boardroom And so kudos. And for the folks that are staying on to run through either primaries and the general election, again, I think they'll be well served by the information provided sort of in that mini commissioner training camp. So thank you for that. Further, so we now have 2 candidates for Commissioner District 2. It's actually, there's only one. So Ted is the only one currently listed on the clerk and recorders, and we had a withdrawal as of yesterday in that Commissioner 2, which was Megan Ruby. For Commissioner District 1, there are 3 candidates, and we will see a primary. So updates from the clerk and recorder's office. Anything further in terms of the resolution in front of us? At this point, I would, again, I'm just going to brief the board that we will, after consideration of this one item, we will go into executive session, and then we look forward to joining the public for the swearing in of Ted Mann on the Pitkin County Courthouse steps, followed by a reception in the foyer of this building. At this point, who would like to make a resolution?
I'll make a resolution to appoint Ted Mann as County Commissioner to serve the remaining term of District 2 Commissioner.
Excellent. Thank you, Francie.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Greg. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Grassroots, please stay with us for 1 second. I am going to call a special meeting for executive session. At this point, I'm looking for a motion to convene executive session for the purpose of discussion of Roaring Fork River property interest water discussion with council for the purpose of receiving legal advice to pursuant to Colorado Revised Statute 24-6-4024B, period.
So
Point of
moved.
order. Before Francie moved, I just wanted to say, Ted's not going to join us at the table until he's sworn in. Is that correct?
But he
We've
could
just-
join us at the exec. Couldn't we invite him to join us at the exec?
Yes, so there is some history of the board inviting candidates or, in this case, a soon-to-be sworn-in commissioner into an executive session to participate in that discussion. Typically, the participation level has been more on the level of listening rather than actively engaging in the discussion, but as we're ramping up for some of these items coming up, it probably makes sense for your soon-to-be commissioner to
Yeah, we had
participate.
Jeffrey and several
I'd
before.
I'll second the motion with a friendly amendment to include Ted Mann in that meeting.
Okay, I'll move with that amendment.
Further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Kara, can somebody send a
Grassroots?
message to facilities? This heater is off and it's really warm in this room. And the
Grassroots.
heater is not working. I mean, the thermostat is not working.
Grassroots, we are adjourned. We will see you back after the lunch break and the swearing in. We'll see the public at 1 p.m., which will be an airport update with Ryan Mahoney. We're adjourned. Thank you.
But swearing in is also public.
Excellent. Welcome back to the Board of County Commissioners work session, special meeting. It is Tuesday, March 3rd. We are having heating and cooling conversations in the boardroom. So if the sound is a little off, it's because there's a bunch of fans going. We apologize in advance. This is a continuation of a meeting that we started at 10 a.m. We welcome Ted Mann, who's now representing District 2, to the board table. This is his third meeting of the day. And we also welcome Charles Cuniff and Sharon Torrey to the table. How did I do? Well, I saw it for 2 seconds as you were logging. Who's Sharon Torrey? Someone Sharon is also on the Zoom thing. That's why I got Torrey. Sarah Torrey.
Oh, that's funny.
That's okay, just the first and last name's wrong.
I got Sharon right.
You want to start over again and see if you get it right this time?
Good, take two.
Let's go back to one.
So,
We're also joined by Diane Jackson and Joe
do I do this?
Christie. Thank you in the room.
And Ryan.
I think so. Yeah. Oh, and share screen. Yeah.
And for those of you looking online, we're having technical difficulties. Please stand by.
We're changed.
Maybe click on this, like this one, sorry. What happens? There, now it shows you. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, are you guys seeing anything right now, or?
No.
Pop up, share it all over the screen.
Yeah, the big screen.
Yeah.
Everybody will see the same.
Probably.
Yes.
It's such a tiny
So which
screen.
one is
It's this guy,
this
yep. Oh, great. And then I can go to full screen. Sorry. Oh my goodness. Awesome. Okay, let me go to presentation mode so that you guys can actually see this. All right.
It's definitely up there.
Oh, look, no, it's right. Okay, thank you. All right, should we start?
Bluebeam, it's all yours.
All right, so we're here today to share kind of the findings of the benchmarking tour that that took place late, I guess it was late
Last 2 days of January, first 2 days of
January
February.
and early February, right. You know, before we start, and we're gonna focus on kind of these things, the jet bridges, baggage, parking, rental car, and operations. But before we get started, I just thought it would be a good reminder because most of us were there, except for you, Ted. Nice to meet you and see you.
Thank you.
That it's just a good reminder to get sort of the stats of the airport because that's kind of one of the first things that I ask that question is how large it is, like how many gates, how do they run operations. So just as a reminder, Jackson Hole has 580,000 enplanements, which means passengers checking in. They have 11 gates. They're 100% ground loading, and we can get into the reasons why in just a few minutes. The size of their terminal is sort of split. So it's 150,000 square feet, and then another 33,000 square feet for their new FBO building. And we're going to talk about parking too, but they have a heavy reliance on parking and rental vehicles for funding. Okay, in comparison to that, Bozeman, 2.8 million enplanements, which is quite a bit larger. 15 gates. But they're in the process of building those gates out. They're adding gates, and that will be their total in 2028. They're 100% jet bridges. And again, parking and rental vehicles, they really rely on those financial streams for funding. Did you guys want to add anything to that? Yeah.
Greg?
Thank you. I was there. Patty was there on that to Jackson,
Yep.
regarding the Jackson trip. I didn't see Bozeman, but what struck me when I got to Jackson was just the way they approached their airport advisory board. What do they call them? The airport authority. Their philosophy was the portal in Jackson is a portal to our national parks and our wildlands. And so they treated it almost like it was a Forest Service sort of theme. And I found that really refreshing. It's like you're not entering into an airport. It's not a commercial thing. This is a aesthetically pleasing portal to the experience you're going to have in Jackson or Yellowstone or whatever. And to me, that was really important. And then, of course, what that also implied was they had zero commercial advertising in the terminal. And so the trick for us is going to be, how do we figure out how to get some advertising revenue, but still have that sense of when you arrive here, you're arriving in Aspen for what makes Aspen wonderful, and you're not assaulted by 4-foot-high pictures of realtors or whatever it is,
Jewelry.
hospitals or, you name it. And just we have the opportunity to do something really great here, and that
Really
they
special.
did that, to me, is like, they've shown that it's doable. Let's figure out how to do that. So that was my takeaway, the first two. Then the last one was, that terminal was really interesting because it's large roof, bright windows with bright snow, light coming through the sides, and dark in the middle. So everything in that building was a silhouette, which I
Yeah.
thought, where are the skylights? Where's the clerestory? and I think we talked about it there. Those are my first impressions, but that idea of it is, it's not a commercial enterprise as much as it's a portal to the experience you're going to have in our resort community. And that just really thrilled me. Thanks.
Yeah.
Uniquely Jackson Hole.
Yeah, it was. Cool.
That's a really
I know
lovely
Francie, can I
description.
just tag on? 'Cause
Yeah,
we're
I'm
talking-
gonna stick with Jackson for a second before we go to the Bozeman side.
Yeah, Jackson has its constraints because it's in the national forest.
Yeah.
Because of its height limitations, its depth limit, because an aquifer is 40 feet below the terminal. But the difference in why they don't need commercial advertising is because they're an authority and they don't need the revenue from that. They have bazillion rental cars because people don't have mass transit to and from the airport. So they have other ways to get their revenue. Whereas at our airport, we need to have a balance in revenue sources so we aren't hitting the locals directly with, we're going to increase your parking fees because of, we're not going to have any advertising. So we need to find a balance there. The artwork at the Jackson Museum, the owl, or what was it, the
Yeah,
hawk?
that
Was it?
amazing bird.
Rivers,
Yeah,
that river
Was
yeah.
so cool.
Expansive, yeah.
Yeah, rather than curated art of today's vintage art, that stuff was really, really neat. But at our new airport, our new terminal, I think we'll have the opportunity, I just got back from traveling to DC, so I'm a little raspy throated, but we'll be able to spread out any impacts. You're not walking in a room full of big screens with big advertising. I think we can do it more tastefully in the future. Greg was right. When you look at the view plane from that terminal of the Tetons, it's breathtaking.
It is.
And I know that there's the pros and the cons of the ramps versus the jet bridges, but just flying into Eagle Airport, which by the way has the same washed aggregate flooring as Jackson Hole. First thing I notice, I'm like, oh look, the floor. People are like, yeah, it's a floor. But I just felt like getting off the plane into a jetway was like, where am I? I am leaning more and more towards the ramps. I know there's issues on both sides, but just putting that out there.
Francie.
Thanks.
Well, at the other end of Yellowstone, the Bozeman Airport was not that different really in its approach. It's, by the way, the Bozeman Yellowstone Airport, thanks to Kevin Costner, no doubt. And it also has no advertising except at the baggage claim, which was really nice. And its art was almost entirely wildlife, right? Isn't that right? Which was beautiful. So it's not entirely different. It does have jetways, and I'll save my jetway comments till we get to that.
Okay.
And it's 300,000 square feet with an additional 200,000 square. It'll be a 500,000 square foot terminal.
Yeah, it's huge.
That's
And, well,
correct.
look at the
Yeah.
employment. And, you know, for somebody whose
500,000.
kids went to Bozeman for college, and we used to go up there, and it was a small town of 30,000, it's really,
Changed.
the airport is really shocking, and it's way far away from the town.
Yeah.
And it's huge. It's incredible. Incredibly huge.
It's also an enterprise fund. I mean, it's also.
Yeah, it's an authority,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's an authority, and all of its revenue is from rental cars and
Bozeman?
parking.
Yep.
And parking, yeah.
Bozeman is an authority also.
Yeah, it's an
Bozeman and
authority,
Jackson Hole
and,
both,
you know,
yeah.
you pretty much have to drive to the Bozeman Airport. It's not like here where we have transit.
Yeah.
There's no transit.
Same
at
thing in
airport.
Jackson.
So everybody drives.
Okay.
And plus, when you land there and you want to see Montana, you rent a car. Yeah.
Jeffrey, did you want to say anything about?
I was just gonna, I mean, I'll wait for
Okay.
sort of the business side. I think I want to
Okay.
touch on. My takeaway from Bozeman was less jet bridge parking, was just really both the nimbleness of the management, the direction of the management, the clear, they were just charging forward in terms of their expansion.
Yeah.
But I also thought all the economic decisions they were making were outstanding. So no debt to speak of. Everything was funded through operations. Parking was charged for fee. Rental car was charged for fee. 5 or 6 story parking garage. Everything was about economics. Even when they talked about their average of 145 person employment, but each person was worth $14 as they walked through the terminal. So everything was just sort of with economics in mind.
I would add one thing to that if I
Please.
could. The terminal, I mean, the parking garage, you know, obviously it has its ups and downs having a huge parking garage. But really, one parking garage that's like 5 stories or whatever the DIAs is, you know, compared to hundreds of acres of parking, that's a tough debate because I think acres and acres of parking is one of the ugliest things in
Yeah,
America.
for sure, right?
We don't have
Yep.
room for that anyway.
I think we all agree on that, for sure. Well, should we talk about our favorite subject, jet
Please.
bridges? Yes. I mean, we already have started talking about it a little
Yeah.
bit, but just as a reminder, Jackson Hole, so, and Patty, you described this perfectly. The reason why they don't have jet bridges is because they have a limitation on the height of the building. It can only be 18 feet high. But the leadership said very clearly to us that if they could have jet bridges, they would have jet bridges
Yeah.
because of just the operations side of it and
Safety.
and the safety concerns. Now, we chose January, February to go and see these airports because we were hoping for bad weather so that we could see, you know, what they actually, how they operated in you know, in bad weather. But we didn't get a chance to see that. So we have to kind of take their word for it. So, you know, here's what we've all talked about. Like, you get off the airport or the airplane and, you know, you're going down the ramp and there's fresh air and you get those really lovely views of the Tetons. It's gorgeous. There's, you know, they have really mastered snow removal and they talked, I don't know if you heard some of those conversations, but they have really invested in some very unique snow removal equipment, kind of, you know, head of the class. So that doesn't seem like it's necessarily an issue for them because they've had to deal with that over the years. Obviously, they have expressed, you know, that there's still safety risk for passengers and staff. There's a lot of crossover of pedestrian just circulation, and as you get off the plane, you can kind of see that. And I don't know if you can see in this photo, but they have these kind of fences that they put up that they line, and they can move them so that they are really ensuring that the pedestrians, the you know, the travelers are moving in the correct location.
Cattle guards for people.
They are cattle guards, yeah, thank you.
Corrals.
So they figured out a way to do it because they've had to, right? So Bozeman, on the other hand, are 100% jet bridges, and they moved that way because of all the reasons that Jackson Hole stated, like they couldn't do it, but they felt like they needed to move there for safety for passengers and staff, accessibility, weather protection, bag collection. It's just a better experience knowing that passengers are safe. This puts airports at a lot of liability and a lot of risk. When you can't, you have to be able to care for your clientele, basically.
Question.
Go ahead.
Just regarding jet bridge, I didn't see a cost comparison on here.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be airport to airport, but I guess it would be because Bozeman has them and Jackson doesn't. But
Yeah.
the cost for a jet bridge is significant, I think, and especially if you need 9 or 17 of them.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, what we've been hearing, is Joe here? Is that around $1 million? Is that about right?
1 to 2.
1 to 2?
So each jet bridge adds 1 to 2 million. In Aspen, it'd be 2 million then to the cost,
Just to purchase.
just to buy it, right, and install it, I guess.
I mean,
Can I add?
I think that, you know, that's a little bit of a wait and see. Like, it's really,
Sure.
it's hard for us to make a grounded suggestion at what that final cost would
It was
be.
also suggested that the jet bridges had less maintenance costs because the ramps and stuff are constantly being in disrepair
them
because
around.
they're moving all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's a lot of maintenance and safety issues with the ramps.
I would just throw out that I kind of envy Jackson at having those limitations put on them because they've been very creative with the solutions.
Yeah, they've had to be. Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure. Yep. They've made it, I would say, as best as they could, given the situation that they're in.
And also they have twice the emplacements we do, and then Bozeman has like 5 times the employments that we do, or
10.
10,
10, I
8,
think.
9, 10.
10 times.
So these are much bigger airports, yeah, with more people flowing through. Thank you.
Francie and then Patty for sharing.
Yeah, and I have
Charles.
spoken to this before, but I'll just repeat myself if you don't mind. I had a really interesting moment with Charles when we flew into DIA and we were discussing jet bridges, because, you know, you really pointed out a lot to me, Charles, that was very helpful. So you're in sort of a tunnel of an airplane, and you can't really see out very well, and then you have about maybe 30 seconds in a jetway. And then
30
you come
seconds.
into the DIA, and it's just incredibly beautiful. The windows are amazing. If you're on the right side, you're looking at the mountains, and it's just like sort of an explosion of light. And so I think that 30 to 45 seconds in the jetway are fairly insignificant. I didn't think that before, with that conversation with you, so that was really helpful. And also, I'm not sure that we have to look at the really expensive glass jetways either, considering what a short amount of time you are actually in the jet bridge compared to your time in the airplane and the airport.
Yeah.
And then also the whole baggage claim accessibility with the jet bridges compared to the way it is now at Aspen. I mean, when I flew in from, I don't know where I was last, it took at about 35 minutes for my luggage to come in. I'm pretty sure that would not happen if we had, at the new airport, if we had jet bridges where the baggage claim had access right away to the baggage, is it called baggage terminal or whatever it's called?
Yeah.
So I do think
Back
that,
claim.
you know, there is that to consider. But really the aesthetics that I had originally given to walking across the tarmac have become less important to me now that I've sort of looked at jet bridges from a different perspective. And then, of course, the other thing that you have in the packet as well is that the electric and all of that stuff goes directly to the airplane when you have a jet bridge. So the airplane isn't running when it's
Yeah.
parked. That's pretty huge.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you hit on it. I mean, that's why we do these tours, is so that we can come away with kind of some common ideas and discussion points, and that we can see the same thing in real time.
And
And
no-
that's so important.
Another factor that may drive the equation is that our baggage handling system needs quite a bit of space.
Yeah.
And we don't have the room on the apron in the length of the terminal to get underneath the terminal, to dig down and ramp down, which is also a safety issue and a big cost issue. So we're really, hands being forced a little bit to look at the tugs driving straight in underneath the hold rooms, which forces the hand about the jet bridges because it accommodates the baggage system in a much more economical way and a safer way.
Yep.
So that'll come out in our studies, but it will push the decision towards jet bridges most likely. And there may be an opportunity for a hybrid where a few of the gates could be ground loading, but the majority of them, in order to accommodate baggage, will most likely be jet bridges.
And that could deal with the cost situation too, that
Right.
Greg, you're talking about as
Maybe a
well.
balance.
So maybe a hybrid scheme could be, yeah.
Which is not to say that I don't love the funkiness of the tarmac situation in Aspen. I do. It says this is a small airport, this is a small town, you know, but I don't know. After that trip, I'm leaning the other way. Especially, I think that some of the costs that you mentioned, Charles, will offset the cost of the jet bridges.
Yeah.
Exactly, yeah.
Exactly.
I think there'd be more money saved this way than there would be a cost to the jet bridges. So.
Patty.
Well,
Yeah, and then, sorry.
yeah, when you have a jet bridge that's down for any reason,
that's
you
the
lose a gate.
Yeah.
So that, when you only have very limited gates, we lose a gate or two gates, we have an issue with.
Except you can still ramp down on a temporary basis off of that gate with stairs or ladder. Stairs,
Well, we'd have to
and
have a
then go
ramp
back
for,
up to the plane.
Yeah.
we'd have to have a ramp, but
Yeah.
that being said, you'd have to have a whole nother way of getting people in and out of the
And-
terminal. If you have a jet bridge here and a ramp here, people don't come in at that level, so that's another thing. But you also have a training expense. I want you guys, that staff has to be trained at least every year, I believe, on jet bridges. So it's required in order to have jet bridges. And that's another expense and downtime for staff that have to be in training, so we need to take that into consideration. And I think there might be a question of the distance you need for a jet bridge from the terminal to the plane. We're already very limited. We don't want to be pushing our jets, our planes, further into the runway side because we're already limited there in space, so that's something else.
We're closer than most with our height differential.
Well, that's something I think needs to be addressed before we make a decision on just the aesthetics of coming in. And people fall down in this community no matter where they are. So I think, it's the nature of living in an elevation with snow. And we've had issues at the airport, both in the parking lot side and on the plane side, on the air side. But so, and to me, we've loaded people with injuries, having been an orthopedic nurse in this community for a great many years. We've loaded people on and off those planes for many, many years with, and they've got it down. So, I mean, we do have Special Olympics there. We have the veterans that come here, and we figure it out. So, to me, that's not really an issue, but there are pros and cons on both ways. But I think Francie and I might be on the other side of this one. I just getting off an Eagle into that tunnel, and it's more than 30 seconds because you're stuck in line for people who are waiting for their bags that didn't get checked in. They got, checked in at the gate, not at the, at the ticketing area.
I walk a lot faster than you, so.
That's true. She does.
Ted and then Greg, and then I promise we're going to move off jet bridges.
Just with regard to the comment that there's not that much apron space, it may be required to have a jetway. Like, are we
Yeah.
really entertaining both options, or is that
hybrid-
really a limitation? And
Hybrid is the most likely solution in the interim, but in order to accommodate the baggage, they have to be at apron level, which means that above the baggage, the whole rooms will have to have jet bridges. But of all the 7 gates, 3 of them might end up being able to be ground loading. So we'd have a hybrid. And in the true spirit of Aspen's messy vitality, we might as well have both.
I mean, I don't think that's a terrible idea, because of everyone I talked to, I had this question when I was interviewing, and I didn't really give a succinct answer. And it was very political. I didn't answer it at all. And I've since asked everyone I run into about what they think, and everyone longs for the ramp.
Yeah.
Because we love it, and it just has that small town feel. But everyone also seems to acknowledge that the jetway is the more practical thing moving into the future. And I feel like maybe if you had an option, let's say you were going there and once in a while you kind of hit the ramp jackpot and you got that experience, it was good. And then the rest of the time, the jetway sounds like where we're actually headed.
Exactly.
Yeah, so maybe the hybrid.
There
Hybrid's a
is
good
a
idea.
practicality and a cost based on
Yeah, there's,
the space we have to work with. Yeah.
Thank you.
So Greg, and then we're going to get off jet bridges, I promise. And
What I'm taking away from the conversation, and I really appreciate everybody's comments. What we've learned is you can go both ways. You can do, it works in Jackson.
Yeah.
It's not their optimal, but it works. They made it work for the limitations. Bozeman didn't have those limitations, and they've got a system that apparently works. So it takes me back to saying, well, so we shouldn't get too hung up on either of these. Let's come up with the best experience we can for people arriving in Aspen, which may not be the most convenient. It may be a fresh air solution, but let's create something that is really going to uplift and make people feel good. So perhaps it is the hybrid. I take your point about the luggage going from underneath. But yeah, what this tells me is that, hey, it's still, either one's still doable.
It's going to be great either way.
it's going to be great either way, yeah.
Thank you.
we'll let you get, as you're flipping to 4, one last comment on jet bridges. We have one escalator in the entire valley. It came up when we were in Bozeman.
Highlands.
And Snowmass Village. Snowmass
Highlands,
Village.
Highlands it's outside too.
Yeah.
It's
So we would need escalators and elevators. So additional cost. Joe's sitting there doing the math.
It's
gonna
hard
have
to wear
that
spiked
advantage. No
heels.
matter what, you'll have those.
And they're always broken.
It's hard to wear spiked heels and escalators.
I found that too.
I know, so did I. By watching people fall down.
Sharon, all yours.
Okay, something less interesting for sure, makeup units. So this is the area where after the bags are checked by TSA and they're screened, they get into this wild conversion of robotics and operations, and they get sorted and put on tugs, and then they get taken to the correct airplane, typically. Hopefully. Let's start out with Bozeman, because they had kind of the gold star.
Yeah.
And they had just finished this probably within the last 2 years.
Right.
And so they loved it. I mean, they obviously put a lot of effort into this. TSA paid for it, at least a good portion of it. It's quite large. It is built for the future, and they're growing like crazy, and so it makes sense for them, right? You know, for us, it requires if we were to really look at designing something like this, it requires a very high floor to floor, and so we're not even sure if we can get that and maintain sort of, you know, the look that we're after. But we're looking at options right now. I should have started out with that. And then for Jackson Hole, interestingly enough, they're in the opposite situation where it's a much smaller footprint. They are looking to add space, which is going to be extremely expensive, because anything that deals with infrastructure in an airport is going to make a mess of everything, and it's going to be expensive. But they have to do it because it's really not working for them currently.
They're moving more towards the Bozeman-style baggage system.
Yes, that's what they are hoping to do. Yep, exactly.
And
I
they
mean-
got TSA funding to expand their square footage out of the building, and that's TSA funding right now is a good option and opportunity for us, is my understanding.
They go from a standalone to a inline system, which is
Yeah.
a TSA preference.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, in some ways, it eventually may be mandated that airports go to this. And Diane is really the expert in this. She would be able to answer more questions if you have about that specifically. But it does take less TSA personnel to run these systems as well, because it's all done with computers. And pretty soon, no people will run it. It'll just be AI. So hold on.
Greg,
Enough
for
AI happens, we won't need planes because nobody will be flying.
Right,
Yeah, I don't know.
exactly.
We'll just like teleport into vacation. Yeah.
My question was, because Jackson is they're at 600,000 employments, almost twice what we have.
Yes. Yeah.
Was that adequate at a lower number? Have they outgrown it, or is it just a poorly designed system from the get-go? How do we know?
Both,
I think it's a bit of both.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it probably was
Yeah.
fine. You know, like, so Jackson Hole has had quite a few iterations and additions, but the building looks so seamless in the way that they designed it that it's really hard to see where, like, 1985
Oh, wow, okay.
started and, you know, 1995.
It is hard to see. It looks like it's a
whatever.
brand new airport.
Yeah, it really did a really nice job at that. So I imagine that this is an older system, and that when employment started to increase, and TSA requirements have changed as well, and so they have to make accommodations.
I'm just wondering if that system was optimal, and still would be for an airport of our size. But if we grew to 600 or 2.5 million employments, it simply wouldn't be. But
Yeah.
does that mean we need to go to the fancier one
Well,
now?
it kind of comes down to being prepared for what TSA will require
Yes,
us
yeah,
to have.
yeah.
And we don't want to be
Okay.
in the remodeling situation just in case 3 years from now TSA mandates it.
Right. Well, that's going to happen anyway, but it'd be nice to be out in front of it. Thank you.
Right.
I agree, yeah.
Yeah.
And that gets at that idea.
Can I add one quick thing
Yeah.
there,
Good
too?
Question, Greg?
I think one of the benefits of the inline system is also that it handles a lot of the larger
Yeah.
bags, like the skis, like golf clubs and that kind of thing. So I think it's ultimately less labor, and then you kind of have that spins into less injury and stuff from lifting the heavy bags. They are working out, I believe we did hear kind of how you handle bike bags, but I think the more ubiquitous is going to be the skis, of course, in our town. So that's one of the things that I learned, and I think the system in Jackson Hole just doesn't handle those quite as well. It's a little clunkier.
Sure.
Do we get a lot of bike boxes?
I don't, what is it? Probably
So
not a ton.
Diane's
but-
going to join us, but Sharon's also getting we're going to move a little faster, so we're going to.
I was going to say, I
hold off
apologize.
on a
I
couple
can add a
questions.
little light to this. The inline system is just more efficient. If it, excuse me, alarms, there's a much better system for it to run through here to keep bags moving. So it's not taking as long for people to get the bags through the security system. Oversized bags, yes. I mean, we have from skis to bikes to golf clubs in the summer. So that also is more than you would anticipate for a smaller facility for us. But it's more than just skis that are oversized bags for us in odd shapes.
Right.
But the share of bikes is probably less than it would be for skis and. golf
Correct.
clubs.
Excuse me.
So we're going to give the table. You guys are welcome to join us, Joe and Diane. You're welcome to join us.
Leave,
So-
Oh, yeah.
unfortunately.
So,
come on and then leave.
Sharon, we're going to give you you guys, you have free reign. We're going to be quiet for a couple.
Charles and I are gonna just like,
All
we
right.
can go rogue now.
Chair Woodruff, if I may, a few of us have to leave to go over to our task force meeting
Yeah.
that starts at 2. So you get these folks undivided attention, and Diane and I are going to head over there. So
Excellent. The floor is all yours.
Okay, great. So I don't think that we need to talk about the TSA screening, except that it obviously has the same kind of requirements. And Diane kind of just described kind of the inline system. And it's especially important in an airport like yours, where you do have like just large things that you have to handle. And we do not need to go deep into this subject, I don't think. So let's talk about bad claim, because that's where passengers really experience this, and that is really important. I think at Jackson Hole, I don't know if you guys thought about this, but those views out to the mountains, to the Tetons, were incredible. And what a great experience you have when you're waiting for your bag and you're just like hit with that view. It is phenomenal. And I think, I mean, they positioned it perfectly, I thought. You come off the plane, you go directly in. There's really a nice entrance point that kind of mimics, I don't know if you guys remember, but that antlers, yeah. And it really mimics what's downtown, one of their park entrances. So I thought it was really great.
Sharon, could you
Yeah.
speak up just a little bit,
Yeah.
please? Thank you. Just a little louder.
Oh, okay. Is
It's
this
not
on?
the mic, it's, the mics just go to grassroots. You need to speak to us in the room,
Okay.
all on your own.
So, I mean, one of the things that you talked about, or I think, Greg, you talked about, was that the contrast was really extreme from inside to outside. Now,
Uncomfortable.
it was uncomfortable, yeah. They could, that's easily fixable, though, with just the correct type of interior lighting. So I don't think that should be a worry of ours. I mean, even with the dark kind of finishes, which I don't think that we would necessarily do, because that's very Jackson Hole. They really leaned hard into the very dark woods and the black iron. So everything kind of came across as very kind of raw and dark. But I think that that's easily fixable.
Also, natural light would have helped, but through the.
From
snow,
above,
yeah.
yep, exactly. Yeah, so in contrast to that, Bozeman, it was almost like not fair to compare it, because Bozeman was they were under a renovation, and so it was a little bit of a mess, and so it was a little bit hard to see what it would eventually look like when it was finished. I think there was a lot of extra space. I think the thing maybe that I learned from both of these locations is that both of these airports started out with the coffin style ski.
What does that mean?
The upright thing.
The upright,
See 'em in
yeah,
Denver, they're
Yeah.
upright.
it's a
never
terrible
worked.
word, but that's
Like
what
a
they call them.
One-sided canister that run around them.
Yeah. And both airports have moved away from them because they had issues with maintenance, they were breaking, and some of their employees were being hurt by the mechanics of it themselves. So it's a good lesson for us. And so they've gone back to basically just a drop shelf, which is what you have now, which is probably what we'll do. So I don't know, did you guys want to talk about the bad claim at all?
I am going back to the screening and the talking with the people in Jackson. I don't think there's any question in my mind. We just need to prepare to do what we know TSA has coming
Yep.
at us. and it's gonna probably require some additional square footage and some cost, but better to do it now than have to redo it in the future, because we know it's coming down the pike, and that's what we're hearing from, I think, all airports, that there's changes to come, so be prepared. So as far as the baggage claim, it's just gonna be a matter of space, and, you know, bags fall off regardless of whether or not there's, I was watching it over in Eagle. They were getting jammed up and falling off just the other day when I was there. And, you know, our system now is the bags come in, your skis come in over here, your golf clubs come in over here on the side.
Yep.
So they don't fall off, but
Right.
I think that can all be accommodated for when we move forward. But as far as view plane, it just depends on where we're gonna put space
Yep.
and needs, and view plane.
Yep. Anything else?
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, parking. So, lots of parking in both airports and very visible. Let's talk about Bozeman, because I don't think anyone that went there couldn't have missed the parking. The parking structure was actually larger than the terminal, and it was the first thing that you saw, which was really unfortunate. But they are in a massive growth mindset, and they make a lot of money off from their cars, both their rental cars and parking. So they were really prioritizing that. I think parking at Jackson Hole, it was more modest, but still very prevalent, but it was all surface parking.
They were speaking to how limited it was too. They were struggling with
Yeah.
capacity.
Yeah, it was full when we were there. We were trying to find a place to park.
More high season time.
And Portland had a pretty large parking structure as well, but it had those beautiful plants growing off of it. And so it had a very different feel than the Bozeman parking garage. The Bozeman parking garage architecture is about the most uncreative thing
Small.
ever. So I wasn't offended by the parking garage at Portland.
That's good, thank you.
Oh, did you have something to do
Yeah,
with
it
that?
had the roof, yeah,
Connected canopy made it feel integrated with.
that's right,
Yeah.
totally. And the materials used were much more
Yeah.
earthy,
Lighter.
yeah.
Yeah.
I think our goal is not to need a 5-story parking garage.
Maybe even some more GTC-like stuff.
Yeah. Do you want to talk about GTC? Actually, not GTC, but rental car facilities, yeah.
Are we done with parking?
Did you want to talk about
I
parking?
just wanted to say one
Yeah.
thing, if that's okay. I'm still appalled by the idea of doubling our parking capacity. Just saying that. I hope we don't go there. All it does is invite people to drive to the airport in a valley where we have transit.
Yeah.
And the destination for many of our travelers is hotels that have shuttles. And so,
Yeah.
anyway, just saying.
So I want to add to that. I live in town, not far from the airport. If I have to catch an early flight, I can't take mass transit. 'Cause I have
We
to
do have
take,
Uber and stuff now.
I have to take a bus to a bus. But that's still not mass transit. That's
I'm sure
still
there'll be
car-
some parking, but
Yeah,
it doesn't have to
yeah.
be double what it is now.
Just that it's not always as convenient for people as people think. I've tried.
Yeah.
At some point, we can look at the formula, of how much parking for revenue, for appearances and all of that, so we'll be getting into that detail.
Right. And we do have mass transit where Jackson Hole did not and Bozeman did not.
Yeah,
And
they really
that's
did
huge
not.
win for
Yeah,
us.
we did not have that. We could not compare that, yeah. I thought it was interesting, though, that both of these locations had employee parking, accommodated employee parking for, and they didn't charge their employees, which was really great.
And that's a pain point here.
Sorry?
That's a pain point here
Yes,
because
exactly.
our employees,
Exactly.
can't park sometimes.
Yeah. So this gives you a good shot of the rental car facilities. Jackson Hole is kind of a quick turn methodology. It's, it kind of fit within, honestly, the landscape, and it kind of fit within the palette of materials that the entire campus was made of. So I thought it was actually really well done. The one in Bozeman, that is the parking structure. So for those of you that didn't have a chance to go there, it is quite sizable.
You've seen office buildings before.
Yes.
That is just for rental
It
cars,
looks
that
like a
parking
Walmart.
structure?
Very monolithic.
That is all rental cars, as far as
Holy
I.
smokes.
What's important relative to the slide, though, is the last negative. When we asked Bozeman, given they have 4 FBOs,
given the size of the airport, we said, what are your sustainability goals? He said, he didn't say none, but pretty close.
It's Montana.
There was no
burn
drive
coal.
whatsoever.
There was no drive whatsoever.
coal-fired.
I think that Jackson Hole is actually trying, and I think that they're putting some energy into it. That's kind of my takeaway from that. But Bozeman was like, yeah,
LSAITW?
yeah.
And just one more comment on the rental cars and the parking is, the Uber situation at Bozeman, we
Oh, yeah.
cannot repeat that here.
No.
That was completely insane. So we have to have things be available and that
Convenient.
any intelligent people can figure out. We had a lot of intelligent people who couldn't figure it out, so.
Right.
Yeah.
The
Well-
key in Bozeman was, it funds the terminal projects. Yeah.
Okay, moving right along.
I know, Greg, you'd be very supportive of rental cars that big of space.
So security screening, let's start with Bozeman because it is a separate location from the ticket hall, and you go up and then you go through security, and then you as it kind of, that throat opens up, I was kind of hoping that they would have taken advantage of the view, but instead there was a big restaurant that was right in front of them, which concessions rules in some airports. But I thought that it worked really well. It was very efficient. They had lots of lanes.
You're in Bozeman?
Sorry?
Talking about Bozeman?
Talking about Bozeman, yes. Yeah. Jackson Hole, there were a couple of things that were nice about, as you enter, the building is very small, right? So when you enter the front doors, you can see all the way through to the view. You can also see the TSA screening area, which is probably the most stressful experience for passengers. So that kind of goes against passenger experience.
You walk right into it.
You kind of walk right into it. So I think we're going to do better than that, but I thought that it was the wayfinding was very clear, like you knew exactly where you were supposed to be going. These are my feelings, like my opinions, but I don't know.
felt that.
I'd love to hear from you
I
guys
think
too.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
Plus, they had that one screen in Jackson. What was that one screen when you walked up to TSA, remember? About your plane and where it was?
They had
and-
the flight maps.
Yeah.
Up, flight, whatever,
Oh,
tracking
yeah,
all
the
the
flight
flights.
aware.
That
Yeah.
stuff was great.
Yeah,
I
that
love
was pretty
Yeah,
cool.
I thought that was really smart. Yeah. Jackson Hole did a lot of really nice, like, hospitality moves, I thought. As you remember when we were touring, when people were arriving that day, they were handing out mimosas and dog biscuits, which was
They
kind of.
do that in Eagle too, not dog biscuits, but mimosas or Bloody Marys.
Yeah, and as people were entering and they were going right into
Oh.
baggage claim, I thought, like, that's a really nice touch. And then they had that education moment where the aviary, like, the birds were
Right.
there. They were
The-
doing some educational moments.
Right, it was like the equivalent of ACES had a stand there and
Yeah.
they were showing a falcon
It's
and an
really great.
owl or something.
Yeah.
That was so cool.
That was great.
Yeah, I just thought
Very
that they
cool.
had some really unique things that they offered the passenger experience that we should all think about. Like, what is Aspen? What do you want people to remember and to first be exposed to when they get off the
The
plane?
experience begins as soon as you step off the plane.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like the cookies eat no mess.
Yeah.
So in terms of the security screening, nothing compares to Portland. So I think when you have
Why is that?
well, because Portland has this huge decompression area after you've been through TSA. So you're not coming out of TSA and facing a blank wall where you have to turn right or left, and like most airports are. I mean, Aspen's is pretty nice, but it's because there's nobody here, you know. But so when you're in Portland, there's plenty of. It's way bigger than we're going to be, but so after you go through TSA, there's actually places to sit and put your shoes back on and get your act together. Whereas in most airports, when you come out of TSA, you're standing there with your stuff and trying to figure out how to get your shoe on and stand on one foot and, you know, that kind of stuff. So it has, I think Tony calls it decompression. What is it?
Decompression.
Yeah,
Yeah.
decompression area.
It's called putting your clothes back on.
Which
space.
I find
Recomposure.
recomposure, that's right.
Recomposure,
Yeah.
yes.
So I think it's something that we should definitely figure out how to make room for on a smaller scale.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
really was remarkable.
Yeah.
I did go through the TSA thing in Bozeman because I didn't have a plane ticket that day, so you
Oh.
guys got escorted around,
Right.
but I went through it. It was the same as anywhere else.
Exactly.
Like,
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. And then last but not least, and this certainly I'd love to hear from all of you. These are just general observations, and I think that you started with some of these, you know, that at Jackson Hole, that our program was absolutely beautiful, well curated. There is a sophistication that airport has that I have not seen in a lot of smaller airports for sure. High quality finishes, durable. I mean, you can tell that they invested in higher quality materials because they care about what it looks like now, but they want to make sure that it looks good in the future as well. They had a lot of seating. They didn't have quite as much lounge seating as Bozeman, but you could find it if you were really looking for that. They did have a fireplace in the central area. We forgot to put that on that. Again, it was a little bit dark. There was a lot of glare. But they prioritized the view, which I really loved. They had, I know this, I'm gonna kind of nerd out a little bit architecture, but they had like a system that doesn't have any mullions, so it doesn't have any structure in between the glass, so it's just glass panel to glass panel, and that really made a difference in the way that you kind of experience that view.
Turns the view into a billboard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Notice on the jetway, I mean, the ramp there, they do have advertising out there, so, outside,
Yeah.
but not inside.
Right, right. I thought that Jackson Hole did a really nice job about their branding too. Like they have a really great logo, and they use it in very like discreet but important areas. That's something for us to think about too. It's not in your face, but it's always kind of a reminder about where you are.
I'm hoping people get here and leave here knowing where they are, but
Yeah.
it's not always the case.
Nancy and then Greg for general observation.
Okay.
In terms of the finishes and everything at Jackson that you're talking about,
Yeah.
yesterday in the New York Times, they had an article on Jackson Hole being the most expensive real estate market in the country.
Really?
Yeah.
Thank God.
And,
Glad to be number two.
they have an incredibly high number of billionaires as well, and because Wyoming doesn't have a property tax, so a lot of billionaires are moving to very expensive properties in Jackson Hole. And the reason I'm saying that is that a lot of the clientele that flies into Jackson is going to be the same clientele, same kind of person that flies into Aspen. And so in terms of high quality finishes and stuff, I think that is something that we want to think about.
Right.
Even if they're not the most expensive ones, they should look like the most expensive ones. So, you know, in Bozeman, which has a really wonderfully welcoming feeling to it because of the bars and the fireplaces, and when you walk in, you know, you go up the stairs to do that stuff, but all of this is very friendly, and it's not Aspen.
Yeah.
You know? So anyway, that's
Yeah.
my comment.
So,
I thought it was me.
sorry, Greg.
I was gonna share that something Francie said. You threw me off balance there, Francie.
About the
I don't want it to look expensive. I want it to look Aspen. I want it to look like Aspen. So that's
There's a difference?
that's my concern. Yes, there is a difference, and it's the difference we're talking about as we look at the history of our town and what's shaping the design. It's not about making it look expensive, in my opinion. The thing I really appreciated about Jackson was that great sculpture of the river course on the wall that showed you the
Yeah.
entire Yellowstone River Valley, whatever it was. It just gave you a sense of space and where you were. If you were into maps at all or just loved the shape of it, it was beautiful.
Yeah.
As well as the hawk outlines, and
That's cool.
and it had some really cool stuff like that, and
Yeah.
I really appreciate that, and that, as you said, the finishes were appropriate for Wyoming, not for us. I don't want us to have an elk antler entrance, for instance. You know, that just wouldn't make sense here, and I thought that was the tackiest part of their entire airport, honestly. I love the big windows, that sort of thing, having the outdoors come in. My concern is there's compromises available to us every step of the way. And I want to tell the task force, as they were leaving to go to the task force, I wanted to call out, I'm concerned, it's always possible to compromise ourselves into something that's traditional or common or mediocre, for a better term. And so mediocrity is always within our grasp. We don't have to go there. We can be visionary, we can be bold, and I know we've got the best architects available to us. I'm so grateful for that. But I'm just going to say, don't compromise yet. Let's work through all this before we decide we just have to do a compromise.
I think we believe quality doesn't have to be expensive.
Right.
Exactly. Quality and the aesthetic we're reaching for. So that would be my
Timeless.
takeaway. But I really appreciated going to Jackson, and I think that's a beautiful airport.
Yep.
I've never seen pictures of the outside of the airport. Does it stand out?
I've got some.
Jackson?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a very modest building. I would describe it as using like very accessible materials, like nothing extravagant.
Corten steel, rusted
Corten
steel.
The
stone.
rock, the stone wall,
Yeah,
when
the
you
stone
came
wall
in, the
was really
stacked
beautiful.
rock that came in when you did the drive, that carried through into the building was really, really nice.
Oh, yeah, I'm looking at it now. It's cool.
And just really nicely detailed. Had a very timeless.
And from the
presence.
highway, you can't even see it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Really?
That's
Well, there's a setback too.
There's a
It's not-
setback, but it's low. It is low.
Something about Bozeman was very analog, which I appreciated,
Yeah.
down to the 4x4 square advertisements that were sort of
Love that.
artistically placed
Yeah.
or artistically rendered. I don't remember any of the digital. Anywhere, like the dining experience was analog. It
Yeah.
was about the view. I mean, everything was sort of, face out.
Yeah. Neither one was about screens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and it's not a criticism of Portland, but it's like
Yeah.
they're in many ways dialectically opposite, where
Right.
you've got the high-end graphics that could be a piece of art, but it's advertising.
Yep.
There was, something calming in that in Bozeman. It was unadorned in a lot of ways.
Yeah. It was like stripped down.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was nice.
Yeah.
Well-
And then going back to the material conversation, when you were in a utility aisle, like when we were underground, whatever, we're in that aisle, it was FRP, it was like literally bathroom material.
Yeah.
In the hallway.
Where?
At Bozeman.
Hallways.
It was plastic hallways. I mean, they literally, when you knew when you were underground, it was like cheap and cheerful.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden you get to the customer experience, the materials had more longevity.
Yeah, they really prioritized, where they put their
Where they
money.
put- Exactly.
Yeah.
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 Can I
Where
add to
they
that?
invested.
And the seating at the Bozeman Airport was terrible.
Yeah.
Really
Yeah.
terrible.
But
Denver has it all over Bozeman in terms of the seating, and,
Agreed.
Jeffrey, can I?
Yeah, please.
Did-
But it goes back to economics. I'm just gonna
Well-
facilitate over here.
Yeah, and your symmetry is your style. I'm a little messier than that.
Yeah.
I think a little messy vitality, rather than seeing everything, pre-printed out in whatever size, everything the same, is not the nature of this community. But the seating in Jackson was really nice and comfortable. But the outside patio in Denver
Isn't that
is
something?
to die for.
yeah.
So
We have
that
those.
we gotta find a
We're
space
looking
for.
maybe
We have
not
those at
as
the
large
ends.
as
At the end of the concourse.
but
Yeah,
but
just
the
that
blended
space
Yeah.
was, at that one end by where we were taking on, was really, I never even knew it was there.
I know.
It was
and now
awesome.
every time you go, you're gonna.
I'm
like, take a
I'm hoping
beeline.
my gate's at the end of the hallway, yeah.
With a fireplace.
Okay, that's what we have. Unless you want to talk about Bozeman anymore, but
So for the architects, is there something we didn't touch on? Is there, in the last 5 minutes, something that, do you want to go back to jet bridges, or is there a conversation you really need to have with the board?
Square footage.
Anything?
I don't know if we're prepared to talk about square footage right now. I
Yeah.
will tell you that we're keeping within like the amount that we were asked to keep within, and we're constantly kind of pushing and manipulating and trying to design the most
Yeah.
efficient building we can.
Yeah.
Everything's in flux to get to the ideal mix and also
Yeah.
a very efficient package.
Mhm.
It's the goal.
Is TSA a stakeholder? Or local TSA a stakeholder at the end of the day?
Well, TSA is going to be a stakeholder for sure.
Are they at this point in the process, though,
Not
in
this
terms
point
of
in the process.
like one of the slides that stood out was like the retrofit or the remodel of Jackson relative to choices they made.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
TSA will always have a handle, like, in making decisions for your airport, because they
Yeah.
get to, I mean, you know.
As Patty pointed out, we want to get ahead of what's going to be required anyway. And there is a square footage impact to
Yeah.
being prepared for that, which we'll show you in the schematic design how we're incorporating.
Excellent. I got Greg and then Patty, please.
I just come back to parking. When you're thinking about parking and the size of parking lots, of course, it comes up every time we see it. We are trying to figure out mobility for the entire valley, including transit and parking, and we do need to find places to park cars, whether it's the intercept lot or whether it's at some other location. It's possible that the airport will be part of a mobility, and hope it's part of a mobility solution that's not just for the airport. And I know that goes beyond your purview, but we're trying to solve a huge mobility issue. It's possible that a solution with parking may reside there if there's room for it, and if we can hide it well enough, perhaps it becomes a place to park for non-airport users. Even I don't know if I like the idea, but it should be considered, even if it's just something we need to contemplate, because people are not going to abandon their cars as much as I'd like them to.
Right, it's true. From a pure master planning perspective, from 30,000 feet, we could allocate space for something in the future, but it's all about money.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Anything we didn't touch on, and then we'll go over to Patty, or just Patty.
Because you almost forgot me
Patty.
again. I just want to say what I really appreciated in Jackson was that they said, here's what you should do, here's what we did, here's what we shouldn't have done, here's what we need to do now. So they were very honest with us about saying, that, we wish we thought of this, think of it now for you guys. And, and this we thought of and did it and it didn't work, so don't do that.
Yeah.
And I really appreciated that honesty
We do too.
and those comments that we heard from them when we were there.
Can I tag that just
Can
very
we
briefly?
let them wrap, because
Oh, yeah, we can, but I just wanted to say that airport and their airport authority has offered to work with us to go after the federal level, whether it's funding or permissions. Like, they could really be an ally, and they seem to be very interested in working with us, and our board needs to hear that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We came up with a few names that we can't repeat in
Yeah, we won't
public,
tag
so.
Yeah.
Don't go there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, this has been a great discussion, and
Thanks.
I
Good
just
to
want to
see
say
you.
how much I really enjoyed spending time with you all on these trips, and having conversations about design and about baggage and about all the fun things that
Security
airports have
especially.
in
Scale.
security. Yeah.
Scale.
So thank you for your
Thank you.
time. And I just want to also remind you, Hoffman Hotel
Oh.
on Thursday. Please come.
I'll be there.
Because you'll see
And have we
some
noticed it?
advancements. Yeah.
And I will say, I believe we talked about you all, the whole team is going to come back following the open houses on March 17th, I think is what we talked about. So you'll see them again soon.
Great. It's always good to see
Thank you.
Good to see you. Yeah.
great to see you.
Yeah, great to see you. Actually, and Tony and I will not be here. We can talk about this later,
Okay.
Carl, but
I'll,
yeah.
I'll be here in person.
Yeah.
If Tony can be available by Zoom.
Yeah.
On
Wonderful.
the 17th,
Yeah.
but you'll be there Thursday. Yeah. Will Tony
No,
be there Thursday?
Tony, come on.
No, we're
He'll be there virtually.
we're
I
gonna
mean,
be.
Thursday, yes, but.
Yes, he'll be there Thursday?
This coming Thursday,
Yeah,
yes.
okay.
Oh yeah, this
Yeah.
Thursday for sure.
But on the
Okay.
17th, he won't.
He'll be in Avatar.
But he'll be out of town. But he'll be available. He'll be in Avatar, yeah.
Whatever that means.
Virtual.
Come on, you're not that old-fashioned.
Sharon Vandermeulen.
Be blue.
There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Good to
Sharon.
see you.
Very much.
We'll
We'll
see
see you
you
Thursday.
See you
We'll
guys.
see you in Basalt on Thursday.
Yes. Actually, I'm not. I have to go back early, so I won't see you. But
You'll be there in spirit.
I will be there in spirit for sure. But you'll get to see Jean. Jean's taking my place.
Oh, cool.
Oh, golly,
I
that's too
know.
bad.
Well, Francie, I knew.
He's
Like,
just there for
it's a good
entertainment
trade
value.
for you, right?
Yes, absolutely, that'll make my month.
Gene's just there for entertainment value.
It's a good group.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Federowitz.
Ah,
Right behind you is Dr.
Our next
Federowitz.
guy, Dr. Federowitz. He's just
Sorry,
named-
your time's up.
Have a good rest of your day.
See you later.
I like your look today, Sharon.
oh, thanks.
And do you want the rest of your team to join it? You good? Okay.
I'm not gonna have them succumb to that.
All right.
Not yet.
Well, you may need them.
If I do, I know they're there.
I know. And we have Dr. Emily as well.
I don't know where I plug in though.
So Rosa, can you give Dr. Federowitz a little help?
Yeah, I'm not that type of doctor.
I know. I just like.
For cast.
Yeah, I just need to. Yeah, and I have to share. Actually, I have to plug in something so my laptop doesn't die. Maybe I can borrow this.
There's also one on the mic right here. Power cord, if that doesn't work.
Well, how convenient is that?
This looks like it's working.
Yeah, so you can get your own card. So you should definitely get your own card. Took me like 2 minutes.
Everything's already off. Yep. All that's done.
Oh, I used to have a Chevy truck and I loved it. And then I got an electric car. Well, it's a pain to drive to Denver in an electric car. So I started using the county cars. They're fun. They're all hybrids. Yeah, but you should definitely talk to her today because the cars do book out.
Okay.
Where is the? I've lost it.
Okay, I think the technology is agreeing
Awesome.
at present. So,
And can you introduce your team even though they're not coming up?
of course.
Please.
Okay.
Patty Kravitz needs no introduction, but
Yes, yes. Good afternoon. I am Chad Fedowitz, the manager of senior services. I have some of my staff here behind me. Patty Kravitz, who's our program analyst. Emily Langford, who's our supervisor and also oversees adult protection. I have a few members of the Senior Advisory Council here as well. I may have advisory members and or staff online also. It's kind of in the middle of the day after lunch, so it's hard to get it all together.
we'll see everyone.
But thank you for your time. So today, wanted to update the board on the current status of the Pickens County Age Friendly Initiative, a little bit of background and where things are presently. So just a little bit of background about how we got here and where things started. We're pretty fortunate that the age-friendly work in Pickens County started officially around 2014, but the work of that started a year or so before. For the county, led by Senior Services, to have a strategic plan around aging, supporting current older adults and future older adults that live or work in the county. Then fast forward to 2017, we took that work, originally called the Aging Well Plan, and kind of reframed it with the national and international models of age-friendly communities via AARP and the World Health Organization in 2017. At that point, we became the 149th community in the country to be age-friendly. Now there's over 1,000 in the country, and some are international communities, and there are 26 in Colorado. We were the 5th and the second one on the Western Slope, and I still think there's only 2 on the Western Slope, us and Fruta. Fruta barely squeaked ahead of us. So with those original plans and moving forward, and even now, the plans are heavily based off of research in the aging space, especially the age-friendly local community space, as well as local community input, organizational input in the region and the area. Working with local partners and organizations, municipalities, to gather this input and data, along with state and regional data as well. And then in 2019, though we became officially an age-friendly community with that designation in 2017. It wasn't until 2019, 2020 that we did a big restructure and utilizing that framework of ARP and the 8 domains of livability, which I'll talk about here soon, which is really just taking the original work and restructuring it, reframing it. Another way you could look at it is we took about 150 pages and consolidated them into 40, and now we consolidate them into about 20.
Oh.
Maintaining the spirit and all that work that has been going on for over 12 years in this space, as far as supporting at a larger community level, aging in place, if you will. And now where we are now, over the last year of 2025, the department worked with a consultant, Aging Dynamics, to assist us in gathering more data from the community and gathering research and refresh the initiative. And that's where we are now. And moving forward, we'll continue this work with the blessing of the board. And every 5 years or so, we'll do another big community engagement work and update the plan accordingly, while maintaining those aspects of previous plans that maybe there wasn't a lot of movement on, or we weren't able to accomplish, and community needs, community direction from the board maybe has shifted. And so in every iteration of the plan since 2014, that has happened. And my intention is that will continue to happen with direction from all those parties. Any question about how all this started? Okay. I really don't like reading slides, so I'm not going to read slides. But this is in the packet as well. Just talking about the vision of the Age-Friendly Initiative and the work that has been going on for at least the 12 plus years is really a strategic plan around acknowledging the challenges of growing older. There's no doubt there are challenges. There's also a lot of opportunities in the aging space, and to promote longevity, to promote economics, to promote job growth and job opportunities. Working in the aging space does all those things. In my opinion, we in the aging space don't do a great job about talking about those things. We talk about the challenges. We don't talk about that a third of the Colorado workforce is over 60. And when they all retire, we have things we're going to have to discuss, etc. So there are opportunities. And so I think the vision of this initiative is to look at both. Where are there opportunities and where are there gaps, and how can we meet those things in the middle? Sometimes, like so many other things, that does involve budgets and fiscal responsibilities, if you will, but not in all cases. In some cases, it means collaboration. In some cases, it means innovation and things of that nature. So this plan is not meant to be all-encompassing, but its vision is to provide a blueprint in the bigger picture of kind of aging in place in the community. Demographics. Everyone loves talking about demographics. I believe last week or the week before, we came to the Board of Social Services, and I also talked about demographics. So here are the demographics. We are aging. It's not a secret. We've known for 60 years or so. So that will continue for the next couple of decades, and will plateau a little bit after that. These are in alignment with statewide and national trends, maybe slightly higher than the state average, but not the highest in the state, per se, per capita. Again, just looking at demographics, I apologize for how small this map is. I have a large one in my office. So a number of years ago, we took a different approach as far as where do older adults live in the county. So we utilize demographic data via the state demographer's office, but we also try to plot voter registration, purely addresses. We don't care about anything else about that. So all those dots are active registered voters as of whichever date is on there in the county. And so for me, those are real people, not some statistic from the state demographer's office. So by doing that, the blue of the pie chart is the city of Aspen, the city limits. Then everything else is outside of that. So we can see where people live. And we have a sense, working with our Eagle County partners particularly, where there are gaps of service between utilizing services, if it's transportation services, nutrition services, and the like. So we utilize this to dig into service gaps and opportunities. And some of that is touched on in different ways throughout the history of the initiative and the current initiative.
Chad, is it okay to interrupt for a
Yes,
second?
please.
So the colors are only like districts or areas? They're not?
They're census districts.
Yeah, okay, because
in
I
this
couldn't read
case.
that.
No,
the
I know. So
colors.
it's the city of Aspen, thank you. It's Snowmass Village, it's Basalt, it's Carbondale, meaning the Crystal River, and unincorporated Picken County. I can get you a bigger one.
No, it's okay. I've found myself on it easily. I was just wondering what the
I have to zoom in
colors
on
meant.
the one myself. It's really difficult to read. Thank you, that's a good question. Okay, so again, a premise of this work is supporting aging in place throughout the life course. So age-friendly work in our county is led by my department and senior services, but what's good, the old, if you will, forgive the verbiage, the old adage is what's good for an 80-year-old is also good for an 8-year-old. 8-year-olds will benefit from good transportation, safe sidewalks, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so as far as doing this type of work does support that whole life course in different aspects. And so even though a lot of the work across the country is focused in the aging space, meaning older adults, it does benefit everyone. Another way to think about it, perhaps in a more drastic sense, is through disaster preparedness. In disaster preparedness and human services, we have something called access and functional needs. So someone that needs assistance to access something to function in their normal life. I generally don't have any access and functional needs, but if I go skiing and break my leg, I do. That's a similar premise of age-friendly work. It may be targeting toward older adults, but it's really to look at the whole community at large, that I hope I can retire here. And if I had children, which I don't, but if I did, they would want to be able to retire here. So what things and what opportunities could we address or think about addressing in order for that to happen? That's kind of another way to look at this work. Okay, so moving forward with this framework, the work since 2019 has been framed in these 8 domains of livability to think about the community at large. It's really meant to guide addressing both opportunities and challenges presented locally in our county, and I would say regionally in the valley, and we can go larger. It highlights to both the state and internationally around ongoing commitment to addressing both these challenges, or attempting to, I should clarify, attempting to address the opportunities and the challenges of aging in our community. A big part of it is to collaborate with other county plans, other initiative. I think of the comprehensive county plan. The early work of the age-friendly initiative came directly out of the public health community health assessment back in 2014 and before. So this plan indirectly connects to other work that has been going on in the county and regionally historically. And currently it is led and facilitated by senior services / human services. So the 8 domains of livability are more or less the social determinants of health. So healthcare, outdoor space, transportation, housing, participating in community, respect and social inclusion, civic engagement and employment, and communication are the 8, the kind of traditional, if you will, 8 domains of livability via AARP and the World Health Organization.
Nutrition's not one of them?
nutrition would be considered underneath community sport and health services. Yeah. They didn't ask me when they made them. And so now I will go into the different domains. Each domain has 3 to 5 or 6 goals. I'm not going to read all of them. I'm going to do some highlights, and then I will pause in each domain if you have questions about any of particular goals. So outdoor spaces and buildings. It's more or less exactly like it sounds. This domain focuses on accessibility and safety of public spaces, which could mean sidewalks and trails and parks. It could mean accessibility of buildings. It could also mean having appropriate spaces, appropriate buildings, for example. A long goal in the initiative is a right-sized or, quote, new senior center. That dates back to the very beginning of this work, and probably before, as Patty and I were talking on the drive-in. At least for 12 years, if not longer, that has been a goal of Senior Services / the county of at some point to examine that further. The goals in this plan are, this is a 5-year plan, but by no means are we going to accomplish everything in here in 5 years. That would be great. If we accomplish all these by the time I retire, I would be ecstatic. You know, some probably, others will be much more difficult. So I just wanted to have that caveat. So that's just one example. Looking at sidewalks throughout parks and open space as far as accessibility, particularly for older adults. But again, a mother with a 1-year-old may have accessibility issues navigating, let's say, streets or parks or what have you. So kind of that's the broad stroke of this domain. So I will pause there and see if there's any questions or comments about any of these.
Greg?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Chad. I'll share that when I read the entire thing, it's a bit overwhelming because even though it says at the end there's no budget consideration, this is clearly an ambitious set of goals that will take a long time and cost an awful lot of money if we are ever to get there. And I'll get closer. How's that? Actually, I wasn't sure if Amy was looking at me for a microphone. And so I'm trying to figure out how to process this. I'm aging. I will hopefully be joining the retirement community someday in the far distance. But I'm having trouble imagining how we can even approach something that's as broad and ambitious as this. And I'm also wondering, how do we determine collaborating with parks to make everything age-friendly design, how far does that go? Does it mean, and I'll go extreme. I want to be able to ski Highlands Bowl when I'm 90. Does that mean we need to have ADA compliance and park benches up there and oxygen stations or whatever? Like, how far do we go? Yeah. And how far is too far? And looking at this, I didn't see that. I also see that you mentioned Redstone so many times. I'm thinking, what's it about Redstone? Who lives in Redstone? But I'm looking at reinvesting in the sidewalks. That alone could be something that takes the end of your career to see happen. Yeah. But there's so many facets like this. My biggest issue, and this is just on domain number 1, but they all have them. It's like, how do we do this in bite-sized portions that we could afford to even begin to attack without growing the county staff bigger and without sinking ourselves trying to make everything compliant or optimal. So this is utopian right here, and I'm trying to figure out what can I do with it.
Sure. Great question. The short answer is we don't know. I think moving forward, my intention is if I get the green light on the board, that at the staff level, we will go through it, and from a staff perspective, kind of prioritize what are some things that either we're already kind of doing, or one that we can accomplish this year. It will not be sidewalks. It will not be a senior center. It will not be a lot of things in here. Right, and by the time of in the next 5 years, it may not be some of those things either. right? I think some of those things are up for a larger conversation, and age-friendly does not equal ADA. They're not the same thing. ADA is a federal law. Age-friendly is, we acknowledge that older adults live here, and our sidewalks are not accessible, as an example. Or we have miles and miles of trails, but we can't sit down anywhere. And I'm 80 or 90 or 60 or 20, and I have to sit down because I broke my leg last season. Right? So I think it's a great question. It is meant to be very lofty. And then for us and the community, I would also venture to add, to determine the if and how. And if it's determined that we can do an assessment of sidewalks, Carbondale did a great assessment of sidewalks and focus on those high priority, really deteriorating sections of certain areas of sidewalk. And then they stepped back from that. So that's a really great model. By no means is it, I share the same concerns, and I wouldn't, yeah.
The
Okay.
Carbondale model's not perfect. We had
By
somebody
no
fall
means.
outside Fat Belly the other day, hitting a huge bump in the sidewalk.
Chad,
Yeah.
Chad,
Yeah,
Ted Mann.
Hi, new guy.
Welcome.
Thank you. I mean, some of the sidewalk issues admittedly are city issues. There's not a lot of sidewalks in unincorporated Pickens County. But there still could be things like Rio Grande Trail and other things that our open space would take on. I was just wondering on the parks and access, I know we've looked at this in a city level. Is it enough, do you think, to have this elevated as a priority for when that department is looking at any individual property we have, to add this as a priority to what they should be doing when they're, just doing an assessment of the inventory of everything that we have, and they can almost score things on how this would fit according to these parameters.
Yeah.
And then maybe, so that we don't have to have a massive project that's going to, countywide, that's going to do everything all at once. It's almost like you update a code, and anytime someone wants to remodel their house, they have to then.
Yeah.
Just a thought. It would be a longer process, but at least it would be working in that direction.
Right. My short answer is yes. One, I think it would be the priority or not the priority of the board, this board. And two, even though this is a Pickens County initiative, by no means does that mean or infer that Pickens County is the only entity doing anything.
Mm-hmm.
So when I spoke at the beginning about how this work is about collaboration and talking to different municipalities, different county departments, that's how the work gets done. Right now, that facilitating or leading may land in my department. I'm not building sidewalks. I'm not assessing ADA compliance. I'm not building benches. I'm not building a senior center. I am not doing most of those things, but I'm having conversation. I'm talking to the city or talking to Redstone. We hear a lot from Redstone, so that's why it's called out. I want to make sure my Redstone friends know that they're included.
All those young people that live in Redstone.
So I think it's more about collaboration, and how can we, if we decide collectively that we agree with some of this work, maybe not the how, but like the sentiment. Okay, so who needs to get into the room together to talk about where are some trouble spots of sidewalks? How can we improve accessibility of, a couple parks that have high utilization, particularly of older adults, right? Things of that nature. So without those conversations, collaboration, none of this will happen, frankly.
Quick clarifying comment from Greg.
It occurs to me that, Ted, great comment. The first opportunity, we want to make sure that this is contemplated in is the design of an airport. And I'm sure they have their own rules about airport design, and they're sharp architects. But are they thinking the same way you are in terms of future demographics? Like, airport design might actually benefit from contemplating this, or at least telling us that they are.
I agree.
Okay. Kara, take that down.
I'm going to add a couple of points. Lindsay Maish, Director of Human Services. Sorry, Patty, did you want to go
No,
first?
you go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, I think so. One way to look at this is that this is something for us to anchor into as a department. And truly, the way that this then is implemented is through coordination with our comp plan, right? Coordination with open space and trails, with the city of Aspen. A lot of those conversations are already happening.
Right.
We've already been doing a lot of that work, and it's because we have a plan that we have an anchor to always come back to and to be aligning our practice and our and best practice really around, right? So when Chad is talking about it's good for a 2-year-old and it's it's good for an older adult, it's about accessibility. And so that's what this plan is basically all about. And so do we do everything in the plan? No. But is it our North Star? You bet. That's what we're always going to be coming back to. So we're not going to be saying we need to hire 5 people to make the sidewalks better, right? We're going to find the opportunities and make sure that we're included, and we'll work with Kara and we'll work with the other departments to make sure that when those conversations are happening, we're included in the room so that we can bring the North Star so that it's being considered. Because sometimes it gets lost. It gets lost in the translation when we have big projects or things that are happening.
That's reassuring, and I just wanted to point out I'm really grateful that you color coordinated today.
We planned that.
Yeah, we totally did.
There was a memo this morning. I think you missed it, but yeah.
So,
We got Patty.
you see, you forgot me again. It's how quickly you forget.
I don't know if it was a scratch, and
No,
you know,
I already raised my
I
hand.
never have to do this like you do.
No,
you know?
I already raised my hand and you said after Greg, so it was already there. But that being said, I know we have some time frame issues because P&Z has to move in here earlier today than usual. I think there's definitely some points in here that can be done, like, for example, launch a volunteer driver program. That could happen tomorrow to start the process. That's a great idea. What I didn't see in here, please help me if I missed it, there's no way to address the fact that so many seniors have pets. They have dogs, cats, fish, snakes, Kara, just so you know. But they do mostly dogs and cats, maybe parakeets. And so there needs to be a way to address that, because for many, many seniors like myself, that's our lives. You know, when you are home alone, you have that pet. And so that needs to be addressed somewhere in either transportation to the vet, or just if I need a ride and I can't leave my little dog at home. And so that, I think, something we might want to think about in the future. But other than that, the letter that's attached is pretty plain and simple. I think if we're going to go through all 8 points, we're going to have more time. But I think the letter is pretty clean. Just the chairman is really good at wordsmithing. But yeah, I'm supportive of this because of our growing demographics, and Greg's catching up with me. I'm not getting older, but Greg is catching up with me. So we need to help him out in the future.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you for bringing that up. I think that's a good example, and by no means is this all inclusive. So in my own mind, I can see where that kind of scenario and other things like it fit in different areas. And if it's not in here, it doesn't necessarily mean that work isn't or
Right.
hasn't been going on.
Yeah, but thank you. And it was easy to read. Thank you. You did a great job, as always.
A high priority.
What do you believe is the largest gap we have today in teams? So we all agree with the SDO data. What's the biggest gap as we face sort of an aging population? If you had to pick one thing from the 8 petals.
I would probably say the community and like health services space. So if we jump to the last area.
I read all those as you went by.
Yeah, good. I think in general, maybe not these particular goals, but that area of connection to resources. At the Board of Social Services, Lindsay and I talked about case management in that broad, big picture sense. So access to healthcare, access to services, case management, that whole avenue.
Yeah.
As that landscape is changing pretty drastically over more recently and moving into the future, I think this area is going to become more and more important to dig into if I had to answer on the spot.
Can we have you come back in the next couple weeks? Because I feel that we undersized the amount of time. And then Levi's always the brunt of we're going to shorten his. So we'd love to have you back over the next couple weeks because I don't want to skip from 1 to 8.
Sure.
So we'd love to have you back for another half an hour.
Yeah.
And again, apologies for, you can blame it on the new chair. Yeah.
And I would also, I think this is fantastic, and as Lindsay pointed out, a lot of this becomes almost like a department
Update.
work plan, so I think we can also keep it at a high level, and like, that at least you know a lot of the work that they're doing and being able to talk about it, and we can keep it at that high level of how it comes back forward.
We will see you at the senior center over the next couple of weeks for a vegetarian meal. So we will watch on the menu. We'll watch on the menu when you allow us in.
No, not a problem. I would like just to add that my intention is to also present this to the other municipalities in the county, which all except for one are scheduled already.
Yeah.
But I would still be, of course, very happy to come back and talk with the board.
I like more
well.
in depth for the other points.
One thing I'll add is that what you'll see in this plan, just really high level, is the areas where senior services and human services interface with it are around the programs and services, obviously, right? It's not about infrastructure necessarily. That's where a lot of the partnerships happen. So when you're looking at it really high level, that's where the opportunities live for us, is around programmatically, how we can support this community through some of those. So that's where you'll see our lower hanging fruit in terms of our department. But to keep in mind that though our department leads this effort, this is truly a plan for the entire community, which is why it will go to other municipalities and be brought to everyone's attention to say, remember, we have our eye on this North Star, and we're going to keep doing this good work together.
Anything else?
Are you sure you want us to come back?
I do. I think,
Okay.
again, I think,
Just
Are
checking.
you worried about us or you?
We will be back a lot in the next month or so.
I would say as board chair that the largest risk to our overall portfolio of businesses, if you will, is your domain over the next 2 years. And we've said it both at the state level and the federal level. So, no, I'd rather we keep in touch. And apologies for bringing you back in. We can go meet at the senior services building too, but.
I'm just wondering if do you want more information just about the plan, or are you looking for more information to help make an informed decision about whether to approve the plan or not?
Greg and Patricia.
I was going to say, I'd love to see action items in some sort of order for the first steps, the initial steps, charted out for us, because this is such a big bite to take. And I love the idea of bringing it back in chunks, or us coming to visit you out there. Great idea, Jeffrey, vegetarian or otherwise, with jazz preferably. And but it'd be great to see an action item list that we could sink our teeth into and look at cost, look at doability, look at schedule. Let's start trying to make things real. Thank you.
Please, Jay.
Yeah, happy to do that. As I think I may have said, maybe not. My intention was to take it back to the staff and do exactly that at more of a staff level, with probably more focus on the programmatic level, because there are aspects of the plan that the staff have been doing for a while, and we want to track how we're doing that and maybe make some adjustments, and then start having those larger conversations with all of Human Services and the county at large and other partners, but happy to do that if the board is looking for that earlier than at a staff level conversation.
So I'll take it to Kara next. I think if you came in with a bunch of tactics, we would have said, where's your 5-year plan? Now you came out with your 5-year plan.
right.
We said, where are your tactics? So, apologies.
I know Patty was gonna.
He forgot
Patricia.
about me already. Jeez.
Patricia.
I would just like to see just a brief overview of 2 through 8, just highlights, not in depth. So if anything jumps out in any members of the board, like pets and driving in cars, not the pets driving the cars, but going with them, those kind of things. And I think there's definitely things you can pull out of 1 through 8 that can be done in the next year. without a fiscal impact or minimal. And so that would be part of that 1 year to a 5 year, but I'm starting with 1 year.
And you mentioned it, you're gonna go and meet with the municipalities, so one of my questions was, where are you in terms of partnerships? And it seems like that's the thinking with Human Services, it should be with Senior Services. So I saw your note about a new center in the Mid-Valley, but yeah, it's really just.
And when do they need a letter?
The letter, so I think I'm hearing it, I'm gonna partition, there's a couple of things in clarity. So I think what I'm hearing from the board and the staff, and I wanna clarify, is they can come back with, a little bit more information, but I would suggest maybe that is part of some of the budget process, and that if there's more clarity, because it sounds like a lot of that information has been in the packet, you don't have questions about that right now. I just want to confirm being able to talk with them, and we can do it one-on-one, versus are you asking them to come back and finish their presentation? I think that's maybe my first question.
Well, I didn't think we gave them enough time to even begin their presentation. I don't know how the rest of the board feels, but like I said, I'd like us to do a brief 2 through 8. These are the highlights of 2 through 8, not point by point, because you don't like to read to us what we've already read, which I appreciate. And then we can give direction for, from there. But that's how I feel we should address it.
I believe another 45 minutes is due, and I appreciate the effort and the time and the energy that you put into this, and I apologize that 30 minutes with this.
I thought I could do it in 30 minutes.
Yeah.
We delayed you.
We would just zip it.
Blame it on us.
All are too kind.
So then I would suggest we can work with staff and the chair of finding 45 minutes, coming back, finishing through that point, and then Patty, to your question of getting the board's final thought. I think the question is really just having the letter to finalize the plan. Mm-hmm. It's not being submitted. I guess just to clarify, it's not being submitted anywhere. It's just being attached to the final plan.
Okay, just wanted to make sure there wasn't a time frame we needed to.
I would add, please go meet with municipalities and come back after, so we can get that feedback into this and sort of answers the partnership question directly. So it'll be interesting to see what the municipalities are looking for.
If you survive them.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
Great, thanks guys, good to see you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we will, the last group that wore plaid was Open Space and Trails. Everyone in Open Space and Trails.
They wore plaid flannel.
Yeah.
Lindsay, I'm stepping out with you for just a second. DC.
Thanks, Chad.
Thank you. Thank you. Please, let's start. And if you want to go right to home, perfect. Just kidding. A home act.
I have a special guest, so home has to want this slide or two.
Excellent. Is your special guest the letter?
No, my special guest, I hope, is Carly O'Connell with Open Space and Trails to talk about Colorado outdoor opportunities.
Do we have someone
thank
online?
you. Thanks for that. That was my doing.
Just yell at me.
Levi Boris, Senior Manager, Manager's Office, Senior Analyst, Office of the Manager.
Yeah, thank you. Give me
You've
just
met
1
Ted.
second to
You've met our new commissioner.
get caught up. I have not met our new commissioner. Sir, welcome.
Good to see you.
Congratulations.
Good talk.
Happy to have you. Great. My name is Levi Borst. I'm a management analyst in the manager's office. So my first meeting with you, a lot of legislation and policy analysis, internal projects, things like that, liaise between the departments and the manager's office. So you'll see me during the next 2.5 months a lot with legislation.
Mm-hmm.
And then outside of that, you'll see me with various projects come through, whether they're grants or policy initiatives on an internal level, just dealing with things within the county.
And you'll likely see each other at CAST together.
Maybe
Not
so.
this time, though.
Maybe not this time, but generally, yes.
Okay.
Rosa, do we have anybody online? Any special visitors? Oh, I'm on my own.
Special.
That's okay. So, in the session, opened January 14th. There are 488 pieces of legislation so far, which I think I've mentioned in the past. Our average is somewhere around 450, give or take. So we're about a third to a half of the way through the session, and we're above average already, which the optimist in me says everybody's getting their work done early to make room for all the committees and readings. And the pessimist in me says we're going to see way more than that by the time we're out of the woods. As far as upcoming attractions, tomorrow, Jeffrey and I have the Counties and Commissioners Acting Together all-member meeting. And we'll just be discussing various pieces of legislation as they relate to counties, taking formal positions in terms of that organization for lobbying and advocacy and things like that.
And the important part on CCAT is its consensus.
Consensus -3, 2 + 1, 2, however they word it. It's usually fairly progressive. I think we generally align pretty well with a lot of those initiatives, but it's also got room for dissent, so it's a great organization. Then Thursday and Friday, we've got CCI steering committee meetings, much the same, only it's a different organization. I'm not sure how well versed you are with the different acronyms. Alphabet soup, we've got plenty of it for you. And same routine, we'll be taking positions as a body there. Now, CCI requires a 2/3 majority to take positions, and on certain issues, sometimes being in the minority is really valuable in terms of how effective our vote can be. So if we dissent with the body, it's important that we're there and represented. So Francie is on a couple committees, I think. Jeffrey's on some, and I'll be there for the duration. And as you mentioned, CAST, that is next Thursday afternoon in Denver. And Francie and
I'm going to try to
you're
attend.
Gonna go? Cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. I've got like 4 or 5 conflicts that day, so I'm not sure if I'll make that one. But. And then the last 2 items on this are just a couple of trackers. So you can look at a federal legislative tracker, which are different federal initiatives we've taken advocacy on. And the last is kind of a priority setting tracker. So after I have these meetings, I'll email out the slide deck to you all. And all these links are live, so you can click on those and just kind of explore and poke around and see what's there to be seen. And of course, if you have any questions about any of that, just reach out anytime and I can kind of describe what those do. Even more trackers. These are some internal ones that I've built out of resources that come from the General Assembly website and the Secretary of State. So you can click on each of those and just see how things are categorized and see if any of our member organizations have taken positions, what some of our staff discussions have been like, and explore insomnia. This will cure you from it. So the first bill to talk about, I'm sorry, it's not Home Act, but Colorado Parks and Wildlife Outdoor Opportunity Act, 26-1008. And this was introduced near the beginning of the session, day 1 of the session, to expand and organize some outdoor recreation management planning capacity that Parks and Wildlife currently feels they're not meeting. This is a slide that you all have seen before. I was hoping to have an open space person, may we check one more time, that could talk about some of the positive benefits that we've gotten from our regional partnership initiatives with the Parks and Wildlife. So there's a whole lot of words, but not a whole lot of specifics in terms of what Parks and Wildlife is looking to do with this. They are looking to add about 10 people in the different regions, and their role is to work with outdoor strategy and manage recreation. I wish I had more details, but the bill is incredibly vague. I think it was in your packet. If anybody had the misfortune of reading it, then you know what I'm talking about. It's really just not that detailed. One thing that Open Space really likes about this is the ability of Parks and Wildlife to distribute grant funds for the regional partnership initiatives, of which, of course, we're a member. So I've detailed a couple different bullet points of dollars we've received through that initiative, and Open Space really thinks that an increased capacity at Parks and Wildlife will help ensure we have future access to these grant dollars and that recreation is still a priority. I would say one of the concerns is that obviously there's no general fund fiscal note. It's funded by cash dollars within Parks and Wildlife and DNR. $500,000 about the first year and about $1 million annually in the out years after that. The problem that we can't quite answer is which cash funds are we taking from in order to pay for this one? And Parks and Wildlife still hasn't really narrowed that down, or they haven't shared it with anybody, so we're not sure
Here
what
they are.
we're going to do less of in
Wildlife
order to
conservation.
do these.
So this is
I'm gonna
not
put a
giving more money to CPW.
correct.
Oh, I thought it
Using
was.
existing
It's
cash
just-
fund
It's
dollars.
just moving the money around within
So
CPW.
Gary Tenenbaum and Carly O'Connell, please approach the dais
You
and
guys
join
can
us.
come sit up here.
I want to put somebody on the spot right away. No prep.
Sounds good. What's the question?
We're talking about the value of the RPIs and how increased strategy and capacity with Parks and Wildlife can help us have access to those funds going forward.
So the regional partnership initiative at the state level has it's not a plan, it's a strategy. It's called the Colorado's Outdoor Strategy. And this strategy is the overarching document that guides the work of the regional partnerships, and there's 3 goals within that. Part of it focuses on conservation, part on recreation, and then part on funding. And so I think one of the challenges this act tries to overcome is CPW's lack of or limited ability in staffing for recreation. So they're a little bit hindered in their capacity to fully deploy this Colorado's outdoor strategy. So this is a long-winded way of saying that this Colorado outdoor strategy is this agreed upon document that guides the work of the regional partnerships. So giving them capacity to undertake this strategy helps the regional partnerships like the Roaring Fork Outdoor Coalition. One tangible thing that they're doing at the co-op level, so that's that Colorado Outdoor Partnership level, is they're creating a database of mobile device for the entire state. So they have over 1,000 locations that they have collected data for that will be made available to all of us. So what they are doing is creating this huge repository for information that we can use in our planning efforts. You know, we have paid for our own mobile device data collection. It's expensive. It's difficult to update. And so at the state level, they're trying to look at ways they can augment local staff capacity through some of these recreation focused work.
Can I ask, what kind of data are they collecting?
That's what I want.
So this is a separate question from this initiative. This is already happening. So they're using mobile device data from a set period. So anyone that is using their phone while they're out recreating, you're most likely tied to an app, some app that's tracking your location. So they're able to anonymize that data and then aggregate it and synthesize it to understand use levels at specific recreation
So
areas.
you could speciate, I'm riding my bike, or I'm just hiking for the day, or I'm hiking for an overnight, or is it that? Or
It
is
won't be
just,
able
I'm just
to-
recreating, period.
Yeah.
So it's not specific data, which would be
That's a
nice to
really
have
difficult one.
specific data.
Yeah.
Well, that's why when we do camera locations and everything else, we try to get more specific. But knowing where people are recreating is critically important, because you can watch the extent and the intensity of it and where it's going and so over time you want to kind of corral that into locations that it can accept that better.
And when that data is made available, we can certainly share it with you all. I don't want to detract. This is separate, but I want to bring it up as an example of an effort that Colorado Parks and Wildlife is doing right now without this. But they don't really have the capacity to continue work like this without sort of a directive to focus on recreation work.
Francie.
I'm not quite sure what it means to manage recreation. What What will CPW be doing to manage recreation? What are they talking about?
I can't answer that one exactly.
But CPW, you know, to manage recreation is to, you know, they're trying to work together to, you know, deal with conflict. Like there's a ton of user conflict out there, trailheads, access, and where people are going. And then they use, you know, like in our valley, we have the watershed biodiversity information. You can overlay that. So if you have enough data on where the recreation is, how much recreation is happening, then you can overlay it with the wildlife and habitat data, and you can get a better picture of where people are and what people are doing. It's just like when you deal with the development world, you're mapping zoning and all these other things, and you're trying to, well, at least in Pickens County, we're trying to not develop in areas of high wildlife value. So it's the same thing. That's how we manage recreation, because every year everyone wants more, and here's a way to quantify what you have today and then what you really, the resources that need to be protected for tomorrow. And so that's why Colorado Parks and Wildlife is a good agency to do it, because they got a lot of wildlife data. They don't have a ton of recreation data. And we have it, Boulder has it, other places have it, but if we can get it statewide, we can do a better job of managing recreation in the entire state, and these coalitions can truly help that and be able to, you know, make sure that we're not only protecting wildlife habitat, but also making sure we're dealing with user conflicts between equestrians, hiking, you name it.
Mike.
And then, yeah. And then you have the ag piece, and you have all these other pieces that you have to put on top of it, and you gotta manage it together. And trying to manage, and like, they just haven't been doing that. And this is kind of the way that they're thinking about it, because it wasn't included in the original, when they created Colorado Parks and Wildlife. It was the parks and wildlife, it wasn't recreation. But recreation's such a huge component of Colorado that we need to do it as a statewide level and not just Pickens County, not just Eagle.
Okay, so you've said manage recreation several times in that, and you've used you as your pronoun. So so is CPW going to be collating this information and then using it to close areas at certain times of the year, or close trails, or open more trails, or what are we talking about that they're going to do with this information?
I think it's going to be a mixture of all of that. But the hardest part is CPW doesn't have the means to do it. So they need these partnerships to do it, because you have to work with the Chaffee County piece, you have to work with the Eagle County piece and the Roaring Fork Outdoor Coalition, because the CPW can't just close places. They need the land managers to
Not
do
like
that.
BLM
So
or whatever.
this is a way for them to have the data to help make those decisions. But it's not all about data. It's about really keeping these organizations, these coalitions. I mean, the one in the Roaring Fork Valley has been critically important. Carly gets a ton of credit for really shepherding this thing, because we got Glenwood, we got Eagle, we got all the municipalities kind of together talking about it for the first time ever, and we can affect change. Because in the past, somebody wanted a new trail, they approached the land manager kind of analyzed it, maybe put it in. Now we can do it as a valley-wide resource and put the overlay of the watershed biodiversity initiative stuff, all the other CPW stuff, and we can all come together and have a conversation about where recreation should be. And, you know, managing it is a big deal. I mean, you see with the trailheads, and you see, you know, all of that work that takes to manage the trails so they don't just go everywhere. And enforcement's a piece, education's a piece. So this
Yes,
is just a
but
way
so
to try to.
historically, it's been BLM and Forest Service that have managed the trailheads and the parking areas and all of that stuff. So, I mean, it sounds like they're going to do some interaction with the land-owning agencies and the outdoor organizations to hopefully protect wildlife. I mean, that's their thing, is wildlife. I know parks is in there too. Have never really understood that balance, but but they're not going to be managing the trailheads, right? That's Forest Service. and
No,
BLM.
I think a helpful way of thinking about this right now, when we have a question and when we're doing our management plan updates or when we need help, our contact is the district wildlife officer. You can imagine how busy they are most of the year with wildlife specific issues. Matt Yamashita and Curtis Tesh are the folks we work with most routinely.
John Groves.
And John Groves as well. Yes, exactly. So the three of them we're working with frequently. When we need feedback on anything planning related that includes recreation, it can be very difficult to get their involvement, especially during hunting season, because they're in the ground dealing with violations.
Mm-hmm.
So what I understand is that this creates an additional position, right, that is in alignment with CPW's mission, right? It's not someone going out and actively seeking more recreation, but it's someone that can help local areas like us with an additional person that's tasked to understand the recreation in alignment with CPW's mission and advise us on what we should do in some of these areas like Sky Mountain Park, like North Star, like our regional partnership. I mean, we interface with CPW so frequently, and when we get 30 minutes of their time, it's a win. And I know that they have much bigger things to be doing. So I think that this helps to augment their staff capacity.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
Patricia.
Okay.
I'm not still entirely sure, but
I'm greatly concerned about the money. CPW is already stretched thin. So if they're going to just shuffle the dollars around within CPW, something's going to get hurt, something's going to get cut. And I think that's something we need to be really, really watching out for. Because we may get one person to help us with managing recreation, and we're losing somebody we really need over here, or maybe more than one somebody. So that's a critical concern for mine. The other one is, why is CPW not supporting this? It's my understanding they are not.
CPW?
CPW is not supporting it, from what I've heard.
He's not
Supporting this measure.
I know Daphne with Parks and Wildlife has been one of the spearheading people in all the stakeholder meetings. So I'd be surprised if Parks and Wildlife was not supporting kind of their own bill.
Well, I've heard on the fringes, and I'm not going to mention any names, that they are concerned about it, and they're not, at this point in time, supporting it. And I think it's probably the shifting of the dollars.
Interesting.
What are they going to have to pull from?
I can't imagine they can make a statement. They probably can't.
So Greg, and then we're going to.
They can't what?
They can't make a statement on this, probably.
We're going to.
I didn't say
We're going
publicly,
to try to
and I'm
get
not
through one
mentioning
bill
any
in 30
names.
minutes.
Well, maybe it's the
That's
only
all I have,
important one
Jeffrey.
right now.
That's-
Thank you. Yeah, the impression I got when I read it was that it seems as if they're thinly, they're stretched really thin, just trying to handle wildlife, but they're going to take on recreation, and the bill makes it look as if wildlife is now going to be an afterthought. And I've actually had people in the community say, since they merged with parks are taking the priority and the wildlife is getting the short end of the stick. So people are concerned that their, what I'm going to call, not optimal management of wildlife is going to become even less optimal because they've taken on this new responsibility, and they might not possibly have the funding to actually pull it off. So something's going to suffer, and so I think that's what I'm hearing from Patty and
That's,
Francie
I think,
also.
the concern that I've heard.
Well, I think
expressed.
Carly and I are both concerned about that too.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
I'm not here to support the bill, I'm here to support the
idea.
partnerships.
Yeah.
The partnership thing is critical, and the concern that we have is new administration comes in, bye-bye partnership support. And if you lose that partnership support, they've done an incredible job creating these throughout the state. So from staff perspective that's the most important piece of this puzzle. It's all the funding and the stretch thin of CPW, that's something we've been dealing with for a very long time, and it's been very concerning.
Copy.
And stretching it further would be concerning for everyone. It's just trying to find you know, a way to keep this momentum going. So how they do that,
Got it. So regarding the bill, so Jeffrey could move us along, are we in the amend? It doesn't sound like we're in oppose or support. It sounds like we're in.
Monitor.
Are we monitor or amend mode?
Don't have much of a voice with monitor.
I don't know what amendments we would ask for. I'd be really curious to see where their internal fiscal note policy is going to land, what they're hoping to take from in order to do this. But I don't think we're going to get that.
Yeah, okay. Then monitor would be I guess that's the best we
Well-
can do. I'm glad we're paying attention to it.
we didn't want you to just outright not support it. But, you know, just making sure you guys are aware that it's a huge part of what we all worked on together in a strategic, you know, we did that strategic thing right after the pandemic, and it developed this Roaring Fork Outdoor Coalition. That's critical to continue.
I think it's great, but we don't want to be cutting out all the other good stuff that they do.
Yeah, so I went to 2 of those meetings. Are they still happening? What are you guys doing?
Yeah, we are. You attended the symposium or the summit.
And the first one.
Where we brought everyone, yeah.
The very first one.
Yeah. So we are distilling all of that information. We have a website that we'll be launching in April that will release the draft ideas that are going into this regional plan.
Okay.
And so we'll be soliciting feedback on that. And we'll have some big updates on projects that have been funded to date through this effort. But I don't want to derail the time
Thanks.
that you
Yeah,
have.
I appreciate
but
that.
there's
Thanks.
some big projects that have been funded.
Okay.
And we'll see you next week.
What?
North Star? For what?
We will.
Thank you for joining us.
We'll see you next week.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
No, I'm happy to have someone else take it here. Thanks, Gary.
I can't wait.
Do you mind if we spend 2 minutes at least on one housing bill, since I've been asking for 2 sessions? Can
Yes,
we
let me
talk
just
about
skip
the Home
forward.
Act?
I will just skip straight to this one. Qualifying property, the Home Act. This is a slide that y'all have seen before, so this was part of the More Housing Now initiative from the governor's office. So quick overview, this was looking to basically demand administrative approval for housing projects on qualifying properties. And there's kind of a list here of different components that make up qualifying properties. And
It's being heard tomorrow, yeah.
yeah, of course there was a ton of concern, and we were pretty worried about how this might impact a lot of our local processes. Skip to the next slide. A few important amendments that we're seeing come through. The last 2 second indented bullet points, the 3-mile plan and the census designated place with a population of greater than 5,000 people. Those 2 pieces, along with the piece that requires municipal water and sewer, will exclude any property in unincorporated Pitkin County. So 3-mile plan, meaning all this development, proposed development, would have to happen within 3 miles of a municipal border. And it would also have to have a census designated place designation, and we only have 3 in Pitkin County. That's Norrie, Redstone, and Woody Creek.
The Norrie colony?
Norrie?
Yeah.
You're kidding.
And it's safe to say they don't have 5,000 people.
Do they still
On a
have
good
5?
day.
Yeah, never, right? Not since the old days.
So in our last 3 seconds, do we need to take a position in light of the couple conferences coming up, and given Rep. Basenicker's apparent,
Rise to fiefdom?
Yeah.
I think there's no direct impact to our county here.
So we just monitor?
I'm happy with monitor, and my kind of recommendation is that this is part of a greater sort of habit that the administration has had in trying to supersede our local land use processes.
Habit.
But would the board sit here and say, look, you're preempting local control for the following, you're moving those to administrative review? We would take an oppose and just take, what I'm worried about is the CCI and the CCAD votes
Yeah.
are looking for our view Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Yeah.
Is it just affordable housing, or is it any housing?
It is
Some affordable.
schools, higher education, public housing, and housing-related nonprofit. So basically,
Oh.
call this the Habitat Bill. that's who the stakeholders are. And Habitat would come in and say, I'm a nonprofit, give me administrative review, no location extent, I don't want to see P&Z, I don't want to see the BoCC.
A lot of counties don't have any of that anyway.
We could oppose it. I'll oppose it.
I'd oppose it.
I think it's probably going to pass in some
It's
form.
gonna-
That's
it's
not a
really-
reason to not oppose it. I'm just,
Yeah.
just so we
I have
know.
a suggestion.
And
Please, Patty.
I would explain the fact that this does not impact Pickens County. So we are in a position, I would say, to monitor. I don't think we'd want to withdraw if other organizations were involved and want to support. Or some way we can step in but not step totally in by saying this does not affect
CCAT's
us, but we want to weigh in, and we're going to monitor what amendments might be coming forward. 'Cause
CCAT's
something
leaning
could come forward
towards-
that might affect us.
CCAT was leaning on Monday morning to support.
Correct.
So I would say the safer bet as a county would be to monitor, given our consternation around preemption.
CCAT was leaning towards support?
Leaning towards support, so CCAT's been doing a lot of stakeholdering in order to get what they want out of this bill. So basically, CCAT's view is this will pass. We're biting our tongue, but Rep. Basenecker and the governor's office, both John and Eleni, are sitting at the table with CCAT and having constructive conversations while they're saying we're preempting your local control. So it's really a, is that a?
No,
You need a card?
I'm following you.
It's pretty.
So it's, so CCAT, I mean, CCAT could still move to a support with Pitkin County voting as monitor.
And
you
I
know,
would
which-
clear our
which is the way-
monitor position is that it does not directly affect Pickens County at this time. We're going to monitor it in case amendments come forward that may directly impact Pickens
Yeah.
County.
Greg?
Does it affect our watershed, our commuter shed? It might not affect the county.
Everything
but
would
does
be
it-
downstream from us, so unless it's diverting more water from upstream of us
Well,
across
I'm not talking
It'll
about
impact-
water,
it'll
more
impact-
like commuter shed,
Mesa.
Oh,
but I
I
appreciate
thought
that.
you meant actual water.
Our transbasin diverters would be impacted.
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
There's a lot of
I
things
was
in
talking
here
about
that
the commuter
don't.
shed, like, is it gonna
Got it.
affect what happens in Eagle and Glenwood up proximate to us that really would affect us?
There was a conversation about Western Slope impact, and I believe that Thomas said there would be scant to no Western Slope impact.
Garfield County hasn't been a part of this, so I don't
Yeah.
have any idea, but Eagle County seems to think that it would really focus any of this development along the I-70 corridor and places that already have transit and water infrastructure and things like that.
I think there's also a lot of things that aren't clearly defined in the bill.
Anything else we need for the next 3 days of CCAT and CCI that's on your plate that you need answers from the board, including the legislative letter that's in front of us?
I have two letters.
Yeah, please.
The first was the CALFO letter that we talked about last week.
Yeah.
So huge props to public health. They got talking points together really
It's
quickly.
a great letter.
And we got that letter out to you all. So a couple different courses of action. We can send two versions of it. We can send one now to the JBC while they're constructing the budget package, and then another to our legislators as they vote on the budget package after it's been introduced. So that would be two versions of the same letter to different audiences. But I think we're hoping to get this in front of the JBC while they're considering the budget package. So that would be sooner than later, which I think was the version that was attached in your packet.
What's CALFO?
Correct.
What is CALFO?
Oh, Colorado Association of Local Public Health Officials.
Okay.
The
So,
letter was well-written. It was kind of on the same vein as the last one that our Human Health Services did that was really well-written. I wish that other jurisdictions would use it as a template.
Okay.
as chair, I would say we should move forward with the letter as drafted, given the fiscal constraints of the state. I would also add it to the distribution list. I would send it to, as a follow-up to Representative Hurd's office, because he made the original inquiry in terms of implications to Health and Human Services. So this is a nice follow-up letter to what's going on at the state level. And you might also want to send it to the AG, again, given the implications to
It should go
our
to
budget.
Bennett and he can approve.
Yeah. So even though it's a state letter, I think our federal folks care.
There was a request during the joint meeting with the city to share
Yeah.
that HHS letter. I think I would suggest we sharing with our municipal partners as well.
Absolutely.
And I will bring it forward at the next Northwest COG meeting as I did the previous letter.
Yeah.
If I can get hard copies when they're ready to go. Thank you.
And this will also go back to Ally with Calfo, and they may circulate it for others to use as well, if you all are okay with that.
Please thank the team for putting this together. It's excellent. So thank you. Thanks for the
Thank you.
effort. Anything else we need for today?
The last request was a CC4CA request for a sign-on that put some guardrails on data centers. And this came out, I think, the 25th, Wednesday of last week.
Do Friday?
Yeah, whatever day it was. I think we may still have an opportunity to sign on to that letter.
This Wednesday.
I was talking with Devin. I don't know if you all had a chance to click on the link and just see what that was. It's basically just encouraging some guardrails about energy use, providing some guardrails for water, and just
Tax exemptions.
yeah, looking to be really responsible in how we incentivize or don't, or limit or don't.
Hopefully we won't incentivize.
I
Is
heard-
that bill still active? The incentives?
Both bills are still active, 1030 and
That's
101.
crazy.
Totally crazy. The wealthiest companies in the world hardly need a tax break.
To incentivize big business.
My preference would be to not put Pitkin's name on a data center letter, period. But that's me. I would say we'd be happy with them, in Reston, Virginia. But I don't, this is just the lesser of two evils. They gave us a horrible bill and then said, here's the clean energy one. But it's still using energy and still using water. So
And I think the letter doesn't specifically address one piece of legislation or the other. It just asks for the governor's office to be responsible in terms of not offering too many incentives and putting some guardrails on energy and water use.
Yeah, I don't want any incentives.
Has anybody justified the incentives?
So am I hearing the board not signing? I hear Greg, yes to sign on.
I'm
but-
going to support CC4CA here. I like where they're going, and I think it's good to weigh in and support them on this.
I'm going to have a meeting with them noon on Thursday, and I'm sure this will come up. So what do other people think?
Are we deciding on individually or as a county?
Well, I'm trying to figure out. Jeffrey says he's opposed because it even mentions data centers, it sounds like. And where are you at?
I would oppose signing on. But still we can sign on individually. Isn't that what we're being asked?
Well, we're probably being asked how the county sign on, right?
I think the request went to elected officials, so I don't know that it needed to be a board decision representing the
Okay.
board.
If there's a link you click on to sign yourself on, it would be yourself. So we can do whatever ourselves choose to do.
Ted, you want to be a deciding vote on this one?
I mean, are some guardrails better than no guardrails? It seems like.
That's where I am.
That's what's being proposed.
Yeah.
But the first bill was, again, no guardrails with tax incentives.
Yeah, I think we all unanimous against that. I feel like I agree with Greg that guardrails are good. It doesn't mean they're moving forward with anything. It doesn't specify incentives, does it?
You said something about limiting incentive. What did you say about incentives for
Well, I
this?
was trying to remember the exact verbiage of what they asked us to sign on, and I thought it said something about not offering tax incentives or limiting incentives or something like that. I don't want to be wrong. I don't
That would make a
remember.
difference, right?
It would make a lot of differences with if it's
Can I share
limiting
the
or.
Do you want to,
No.
do you want to, I'm going to see if we can move on. Do you want to
But
circle
Greg
back?
wants to share the headline.
If I could, the headline just said, elected officials across Colorado support strong guardrails to mitigate economic and environmental impacts of data centers. It's not pro-data center, it's saying we need to mitigate the impacts. So I don't think it's I don't think CC4CA is going to be doing a pro-data center thing. What they're trying to do is mitigate the impacts, which may be inevitable. So I've got the letter right here in front of me. I'm
Can you
happy to
send
sign
it on
it.
to me so I can read it and make my mind up if I want to sign it on
Yeah.
myself or not?
Tara?
Thanks, Greg.
Hearing where the board is at, and I don't know what the conversations have been, or the deadline on this letter, it sounds like where there is alignment on the board is guardrails with no incentives.
Correct.
So I don't know if it's specifically a sign-on to CC4CA's letter, or if you all wanted to send a note on behalf of the board saying, here's our support for this if you put in those, if you address the incentives piece.
Amy will send it to you directly.
Anything else? Yeah.
No,
so-
I've already taken up your break.
Let's go through
So.
all of them.
So grassroots, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and we apologize to Mr. Olson, who's been sitting here and enjoying our afternoon meeting. We're going to take 5, and we will see you at 3:21. Good afternoon. It's 3:22 p.m. This is the work session special meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. It's Tuesday, March 3rd, about 3:22. John Olson has joined us, Mac Benning has joined us, and Charlotte Anderson has joined us for a Board of Adjustment interview. So, and Mac, you're welcome to join us at the table as well if you want.
I'm fine.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. I'll kick it over to Charlotte.
All right, so as you mentioned, John Olson is applying for a position on the Board of Adjustment. It will be an alternate position. We have no other applications at this time. Applications close March 13th at 5 p.m. So if someone else applies, we'll bring that to you. Joanna could not be here, but Mac is sitting in for her. So if you have any questions related to the current board, as far as meetings, et cetera, I'm sure Mac can answer those for you.
So I have a serious question to start you off with. So March 3rd, so in a couple hours, this is the background. You ready? The property received activity envelope and site plan approval in 2020 and received building permits for a single-family home and a detached garage. The applicant received a Board of Adjustment variance for a 20-yard front setback and rear setback variance of 30 feet. During final inspection, they discovered the applicant actually did work inside of the setback. What do you do?
Wow, hot seat.
And Mac wrote that. Mac wrote that. It's real, and there's no right answer, right? So it's.
You rip out their house and tell them to start over.
You're a contractor. Come on.
I would ask them why. Well, first of all, are you saying that they had a variance to go into both front and rear setbacks?
No, they had existing variances. It's a narrow lot. Mac's going to provide some more details. He's moving up.
We're interviewing
Come
John,
on,
not
Mac.
Mac.
No, it's really. I mean, that's what's going to be in front of you. That's what would be in front of you tonight. So it's really, there's no right or wrong. And Mac knows there's more details, obviously, that you would have gotten in your presentation. But it was really just, John, how would you approach it? So
I'd find out what happened. Find out get to the truth of it all. I've for whatever it's worth, I've built 1,100 and some odd projects. In this case, so I've seen a lot, and there's usually a reason for what went on, and it's a very imperfect world, the construction end of it anyway, and so you try to find out what everybody's about and communicate with them and see what's going on. And if there's a good reason for it, you try to figure that out. If there's not, then you got another question.
So you want to hear the answer?
Absolutely.
I definitely do. I don't know the answer.
Okay.
So while it's not ideal that work is completed without a permit, staff supports the request for a 7-foot front yard setback variance where 30 feet is required due to the unusual narrowness of the lot and topographic hardships. So you hit some of the points.
I actually had a variance in my own personal home for a very similar reason. I had a very narrow building envelope between the road and a shelf that dropped down, and I got a variance from the road to do that.
Yeah, steep slopes.
Yeah, very similar.
So I could have given you the tell us about yourself, but see, we got it. We know that you're a contract. I shook hands with you, so I know those hands.
Okay.
Any questions for John?
Yeah, John, thank you.
I'm sorry?
Thank you. We appreciate it when people apply for our boards and commissions. I'm sorry for the start off that he was grilling you on. What would you do in the case of something that actually happened that you had nothing to do with? But that being said, how often does the board meet? I'm looking at Charlotte.
Are they once a month?
Yeah. Once a month, the first Tuesday of the month.
And do they always have an adjustment request?
No.
Okay. So I know in the past that when something is approved, people think they're going to automatically get through the Board of Adjustment and get what they asked for. So that is a concern. How would you address, but I have an approval, you have to give me the adjustment that I've requested.
No, I don't have to give an approval. Is that what you're asking me?
Yes.
Oh, no.
And that, in my mind, was the right answer.
Somebody has to show a hardship.
not just the fact that they had a previous approval, therefore in order to build, they had to go to the Board of Adjustment to get their setbacks, and they think it's a given, and that's not necessarily true, correct?
Correct,
Okay.
absolutely,
Thanks, John.
yeah.
Well, I would ask why you're interested in doing this.
The town and the valley's been very good to me and my family. Time I give back.
Thanks. Well, thank you.
Thank you for everything you guys.
I'm having a hard time imagining 1,100 projects.
He's worked
Could you
for a long
explain that
time.
just a little bit? My sons are contractors,
For a long
and so
time, I
I'm
had,
like, how could that be?
for a very long time, I had one of the largest construction companies in our valley for sure. And even on the western slope, we had 50 project managers and superintendents for many, many years.
Oh,
And your
okay.
kids played hockey.
Yeah,
See, Francie, I knew there was something you'd like about John.
I know your family.
I'm sure you do.
And one of
Hockey
them,
and
one of them just
contracting.
graduated from CSU.
She's still, what?
Yes, well, we went to the CSU job fair.
Oh, you met Montana?
Yes.
Yeah, she's majoring in construction.
Two of my guys did. I did not.
Oh, well, she's majoring in construction management.
Yes.
And she's doing an internship in Bozeman with a company up there this summer.
That's
That's
building
awesome.
an airport.
Awesome. Yeah.
That's great.
She was one of our top candidates, by the way, just so you know.
That's great.
Yeah.
She's a gem.
Yep.
She loves construction management.
Good
She
for
was
her.
majoring in forensic psychology,
Uh-huh.
and she
Same
decided
difference.
she wouldn't mind making money in her life.
Well, I think she's still going to practice psychology, just so you know. I used to come home and I was asked, were you a psychologist or a contractor today?
Yeah, well, she's one of the few non-hockey players in my family.
There you go. There you go.
Questions for John?
Are there any opening, I mean, what's the status of the board makeup?
This is, they have one vacancy, it's an alternate.
And
And
we
no
have had
other
nobody else
applicants.
apply?
No.
So would the board be comfortable appointing John right now?
I was going to say I don't have any questions. I can't imagine I can ask a question with this much experience that wouldn't show how much more you know on the topic than I do. So I think it would be an honor to have you on.
Thank
One
you.
last little question. What's the name of your construction company?
Well, I was John Olson Builder for many, many years, and I thought I was going to retire. Then I decided to come back out of the woodwork because everything was so busy, and I did not want to be my name again. I wanted to be able to pass something on to somebody else someday, and so I'm Form 44, Construction Management,
What is it?
FORM 44.
Oh.
Currently, we're doing the 3 houses that are half of the White Elephant Hotel project, the 3 on Bleecker. We're just finishing those up right now. We're doing an addition to Powers Art Museum down in Carbondale. We're
Oh,
doing,
yeah? You're going to add on to the Powers Art Museum?
Well, we added on to the shop area. We're doing some employee housing in the back. We're redoing all the grounds, parking lot, and adding a kids element to it so the kids have a studio,
that's
an
a
art
good idea.
studio. Sorry?
That's a good idea. They're going to
Yeah.
have affordable housing in the back.
They've done a tiny house, and we're going to do a couple more.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Okay.
So I think Patty had an
I
offer at the
suggested
table.
we put it on the 11th resolution, the resolution to appoint John. Right?
Okay, I can
can
get
we do
that on
that?
an agenda, if you don't want to wait till the April 7th date. We can do Mr. Olson, and I'll just ask you right now, I believe Andrew Travers was kind of a yes, but I don't believe
On
you
the-
were here.
On the library. He was on the
Oh,
library
that's-
board.
Yeah, I'm fine with Edna for the library.
Okay, so I can
Do them both?
do them both.
Thank you, Charlotte.
Right.
Thank you, John.
Thank you,
Thanks
guys.
for coming in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you stepping up.
Thank you. Thanks, Mac. Thanks, Mac.
Thank you.
Future agenda calendars.
Can I go?
Please.
We need to notice, maybe, I don't know, the Accra breakfast, which is on the Wednesday, the 11th, if anybody is interested. It starts at 7:45-ish at the Dorhosier, runs till 11:30. It might have to leave early because we have a regular meeting that starts at noon. They're going to be doing some breakout stuff in it, but it's a great event just to go to. So, and you need a ticket, so we need to let Amy know if anybody wants a ticket. That,
And we will have, just so everyone's aware, we will have staff from, there's 3 committees that the county will be representing in. There's airport, transportation, and housing. So we'll have various staff representatives there.
okay. My other item is on the, also on the 11th. The fire and fireworks, you know, the regular annual ordinance we pass is on first reading. It's item number 5. But then on the 25th of March, it's also listed as a first reading under item number 2. So we need to amend the agendas for the 25th of March to reflect that the fireworks ordinance is a second reading.
Good catch.
So just, I do it, it's my
She does it.
job.
Good job. Yeah.
You're amazing.
Greg?
Only to say I'm planning to go to the ACRA breakfast, and I told Amy that already.
Great, thanks, Greg.
Yeah. Sweet.
Anything on future agendas, Ted?
No.
I don't do breakfast.
You, oh, come on, you don't do breakfast, the lady with all the chickens.
If we could spell Jeffrey Erickson's name right, that would be cool. Maybe I'm wrong.
I had one, I just can't find it right now.
Jeffrey is misspelled. Since we're dotting i's today. Anything else future agendas?
I had one, but I am not finding it right now.
You got Jeffrey Erickson?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, I knew I had, we can do this during open discussion or not. So, for future agendas, on Tuesday, March 10th, you have the e-bike discussion, with the BLM. There has been some questions about open space and trails. Will be coming as well. Open Space and Trails Board attending that meeting as well, because the comment period will close before any kind of joint meeting that the two of you may have on a letter. And so I think there's interest from some board members and want to understand where you all are sitting of if you want that noticed and to be a joint meeting with Open Space and Trails Board. Sounds like right now there's 2, potentially 3, so we would have a quorum of the Open Space and Trails Board that could attend that meeting. And really the purpose of them being in the room and at the table is we will be looking for feedback from the board of how you want to craft a letter in response to that. And so if there is discussion points that you all want to hear from the Open Space and Trails Board, you could do that as from them as a body versus them individually informing how you want to compile comments. So the question is, would you like to notice that and make it a joint meeting, or just invite them up to the table? And we did extend that time from 45 minutes to an
I was
hour.
gonna say we need more time if we're gonna have 2
Yeah,
boards.
so we did extend it to an hour.
I'd be in support of inviting them.
Do a joint meeting.
Sure.
I agree.
Okay. We will get that posted as a joint meeting and work from there. That is my only future agenda.
Retreat prep.
Oh, I guess this kind of falls into that. So we have a retreat scheduled March 18th. It will be at the Pelham Lake. And hearing and listening to some of the board, various items you all have expressed of wanting to discuss. This is draft very much, but wanted to get some ideas out in front of you. And also looking at some of the past retreats as well that we've done in a flow. So we'd start off with kind of a year in review. Some of us know more in the year in review, what to celebrate, what would you change. And then spending about an hour and a half in the morning to talk about highly effective governing boards. You all completed your working agreements in December, but what I've heard from you and expressed interest is there's working norms is what I'm loosely calling that I think how the board operates, how we use future discussion time, how we use open discussion time to bring future items forward. You know, are we clear on, I don't think we are, there's clarity around the table of how we can use that and how we can best use it so that you all are bringing those items up as you want to be discussing in the future. Talking about some of the other, how we're doing sign-on letters. Obviously, we no longer have our federal lobbyists at this time, but I think there's still some pieces of how we want to use sign-on letters. And I take ownership on missing a couple of cues on those the past couple of weeks, so revisiting those procedures. And then there's also been interest that you all have discussed about public hearing at either a first or second readings, and so being able to discuss some of those topics in that hour-and-a-half time frame. We would next move into state of the county, an overview of the upcoming projects. A lot of what I've heard is wanting to do some priorities discussion, and so you all know, you've said it many times over the past few weeks, we have a really full plate, so wanting to give an update of what's on the plate for 2026, probably really 2027, the next 18 months. What's kind of where we're at with some of those items, when you all can expect these to be coming forward, when more information will be coming forward, or when you'll be seeing additional. So, for example, Redstone Bridge, when are we going to come forward with another update on Redstone Bridge? So do that at a pretty high level, and then probably spend a little bit of time, 10, 15 minutes on some of those big rock item updates. So what can you expect over the next 4 months as it relates to airport, Phillips, Vision 2050, and then also starting to talk about how we're planning and wanting to get some feedback from you all about how we start planning for the airport closure as a community. So those are kind of the big rocks that we're seeing right now. And then really wanting to head into the Healthy Community Fund discussion. But before we do that, bringing in Liz and Connie as well. So as I start to look ahead, what I've heard from you is the 2026 budget process, we tried to shorten it because there was a lot and there's things that we missed. Coupling that with a low snow year, how are we seeing those impacts happening? And either way, 2027 is the year of the airport closure. So how does that start to impact how we're budgeting for 2027? So I anticipate that we'll have some more conversations with the board in the summer, but we want to give a kind of an economic outlook for all of you right now of what we're seeing and not seeing. Some things are actually still looking really stable. Where do we see our biggest risks coming ahead? And then using that as a foundation as we jump into Healthy Community Fund discussion, which really is about, quite frankly, looking for some direction from all of you of where do you want to head with that renewal, sunset, keeping it flat, what kind of increase. We're going to come with a couple different alternatives of increases and what that would look as far as how that still achieves the goals that we've heard from all of you for the program. And kind of a timeline that we would need to be looking for to get to final budget ballot language, which we would need to have solidified in August for first and second readings in August. So that's a very full day. I recognize that. There's also, I think, the other conversations that are equally coming to the table that will be future mini retreats. Housing being probably a topic, and looking at the housing property tax, how we want to look at those partnerships in the future. But given the prioritization of Healthy Community Fund, we don't have time for all of those, so wanted to prioritize that, and then would ask the board interest in coming back in late April, early May on a housing discussion later on. That is what we've been talking about, hearing from you, but also this is completely draft. What do you all want to see? What do you want to change? Eden?
Can I ask a question?
Please.
I wasn't part of the talking to you about how public hearing process and all that. So somebody's been talking about how they think it could work better. And I understand. I'm wondering if there's any way we could speed up that conversation, maybe get some of it done even before the retreat, so that we could focus on future projects, future things around the big rock issues. I feel like, boy, every time I see working agreements, it's like, oh my God, didn't we do that already? For Ted's benefit, I don't want to have to go through it all
You
again.
gotta start over.
Oh, so, thank you. But the point is, Ted probably needs to come up to speed on that, but is there any way we could shorten that from an hour and a half down to half an hour and then get an extra hour to work on perhaps mobility or, big things we see coming that are, whether it's around the airport or transportation or maybe even the housing squeaking in. I would just wanted to ask if there's room there, because it looks like the first hour and a half is going to be stuff that we might be able to get done on email before we all have to have a retreat on the topic. But it could just be my own feeling. I don't know if whoever proposed these things might have a real issue, so I don't want to take that away.
Can I respond, or do you want the rest of you? I think we could definitely shorten that time. I think that there's other topics that I don't know. I'd leave it up to the board. I think that we probably at least want an hour of that time to go through not just the first and second, but how are you all interacting together? How are you out in the community coming back? Just some basic, some of the stuff that some of the seasoned folks are out there, but you've got different folks sitting in this table and otherwise, and making sure that the assumptions that we've been working are the same. And so I would recommend an hour. And I think the other piece, Greg, we can definitely spend more time on the priorities. I think what you're speaking of, I think have been flagged as, I don't know if we could squeeze mobility or housing in. I think we'd be doing both. We'd be abbreviating both in lieu of giving the time in the future. So we can touch on those as starting points for follow-up discussions.
It might be that during the airport conversation, we might need a little bit more time. So maybe it just would tag onto that. So, and also I'm thinking the lunch break, we could do a working lunch as well, and go outside and breathe and do some jumping jacks and do a quick tour and come back. I'm just thinking we could pick up some time, which might be really useful. Thank you. Other than that, I'm fine with it.
Yeah, I think the specific big rock items like mobility, housing, airport deserve their own time. I don't think that we have enough time at our retreat on the other issues that are before us on this draft agenda to squeeze them in. I don't think that would do justice. They're bigger discussions, but I think at the retreat we could prioritize when we want those 3 items to come back to us.
And just keep in mind, 2 of us will leave at 4:15.
What? That day?
There's a after board meeting at 4:30 in this building.
Okay.
So we need 15 minutes to walk between Howland Lake and here, please.
I have a quick question about the starting time. What time do I have to leave Carbondale to get there at 8 o'clock? Seriously, I don't usually come up that early. 6:30?
Spend the night in your
I'll pick you
booth
up.
upstairs.
They're going to put you in the tree house at Apshed. You get to spend the night with the owls.
It's actually a little easier to
Oh, it
leave
is?
that early.
Any,
Yeah.
any other feedback is regarding the retreat agenda?
And we will pull together a binder with some background information like we have in the past, and so we'll have that available hopefully by March 11th.
Including healthy community fund options, what you're
We won't
thinking.
have all of that, but we'll have some background information, and then, like John has done in the past, we'll have the slide deck for you ready day of, but we'll have some background that will prep you all for the conversations.
Do we get jokes?
I've got to find myself, so that's why my biggest stress point is.
Start with the far side and just keep it.
Just so you know, John Peacock used to always have jokes. Every other slide would be a joke.
Oh, yeah.
Like
It's
dad
a lot
jokes.
to live up to.
Mostly dad
So-
jokes. You can do better. You can
Break
improve.
it.
I know,
Shorter.
I know I
Really
can,
before.
but that's
Any-
my
Far
stress
side,
point of
far side.
preparing these.
Anything further on board retreat agenda?
No ham sandwiches.
No ham sandwiches.
What'd you say? Don't have sandwiches?
No ham sandwiches.
No ham
So-
sandwiches.
Oh, really?
I
You
think-
can have one.
No turkey sandwiches.
Alright.
Jeffrey thinks we're all
Thank you.
savages.
Welcome, Ted.
Any
Somebody
other
are.
comments?
Ski and Franklin down
Anything
there
else on board agenda?
Really?
picking their way
Board
through all
retreat.
that mud. I'm like, what are they nuts?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
You're looking forward to it.
Nice job, Carol.
I think we have a few items for open discussion. Can the chair actually lead for a minute?
Sure.
I don't know, can you read?
It's a public meeting, she can watch us on TV.
Thank you. Thank you. So, in January, we did, and sorry, one for Kara. Thanks. In January, we did a resolution, which was 004 of 2026, and what we did was we left blank who is going to sit in District 2. And so really, this conversation is just to solidify the board assignments. I think I've spoken with most of you individually, and I highlighted a few changes as we go down. So Ted will lead APSHA, and if anyone has a comment along the way, please do. For Health and Human Services, given the changes over the next 2 years
At CCI.
at CCI, I would like to lead and have Ted as the alternate on Human Services, and then Lindsay obviously will be there. But really, it's I think the most important committee at CCI. So I'm just putting that out there. For TRED, General Government, and Telecom, TRED is Tourism, Recreation, and Economic Development is TRED. I'd like to move to the alternate with Ted leading TRED.
Ted likes TRED.
Ted likes TRED. If, for example, in Transportation and Telecom, Greg wanted a CCI slot, that would make the most sense given RAFTA. Otherwise, right now, we would just swap Jeffrey and Ted, with Ted leading TNT, Transportation and Telecom, and Woodruff as the alternate. For CCAT, I've attended pretty much every meeting over the last year, and the goal would be to lead that. And then again, Ted is the alternate, and the same for the Colorado River Basin, for myself to lead that, and Ted to be the alternate. So it's a balance of work through the committees, and I would bring him to at least the inaugural, like the next Colorado Basin Roundtable, so you get introduced, and the same if you want to join Wednesday night at CCAT, so you're introduced. So I think it's a balance of committee responsibilities, and I welcome feedback from Ted or from anyone else at the table.
I mean, Jeffrey and I spoke about this. I had always said I am open to being put to use in the best way the board thinks that would be. And if that's what this looks like, I'm happy with it. Everything does appeal, particularly APSHA, a couple other things. But I mean, I would like to hear feedback if everyone else thinks that this is a good way for me to ease in and kind of learn what's coming at me.
I would just say if you're easing in and it doesn't feel like too much, if you don't get overwhelmed with the fire hose, great. If not, I could easily go to Transportation and Telecom. I could step in there, or be an alternate if that's how it works. Happy to do that. I'm thinking that I probably ought to at some point pick up and get involved, at least monitor Intermountain TPR.
I do that with my transportation issues at the federal level.
Right, but I'm just trying to look ahead to the next year. Next year is how to make a transition.
And I would just add one more thing. Patty, what is Criminal Justice Center Committee?
I was going to flag that after you.
Okay.
We'll talk about it.
That is the jail operations and jail remodel, jail expansion,
So
etc. Kelly sat on that forever.
Is it state level?
No, it's here.
Yeah.
But there is a state level looking at jail.
No.
This is a group here.
Okay.
Here.
So it's
at the
totally
sheriff's
local.
office.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I can back you up on that because I figured since you're going to be sitting on that at the CCI level, that'll be helpful. And then you and I can confer because I have a lot of history with the jail.
Okay.
And just to flag, I know it's open discussion, we need to, now we're a full board, we also need to tour the jail.
Yep.
On the calendar.
I want just, I think I've been the alternate at ACRA, but I haven't participated because Patty's always been there. I don't know if you signed on for that or if you wanted to. I just soon thinking I'd go to that, but it doesn't matter who the lead or the alternate is, but if that's interesting.
It is interesting, for sure.
I'll remind everybody, ACRA does not acknowledge alternates.
So,
Just so you know.
So what I shared in the one-on-one with Ted was that we get invites to multiple ACRA events through the year, and we gladly say yes, including
And
like the food and wine
all
kickoff
members of
and-
ACRA get invited to
Yeah.
those. And so if I get it and I don't think the rest of the board does, I have Amy pass it on.
Okay,
Events are pretty fun.
that's what I was thinking.
And you just gotta remember that if you're an alternate,
Mhm.
it's okay if you don't show up, if the voting person is gonna be there. Because this is gonna be a lot of time.
Yeah.
And also Levi covers the CCI stuff really well. So if that's feeling too much, you can just send him a text and say, I'm not gonna be able to be on today.
Okay.
Something like that.
Can we have a brief conversation about the utility of CCI and our commitment
Yeah,
to
let's
it
do.
or not?
Do we have time? Yeah.
I mean, should we be members
Yeah,
of
the
CCI?
question was what other, so,
In the past.
so what else do we have in open discussion before we go down the CCI rabbit hole? I thought there was one other subject.
There was, and of course I lost that again.
Yeah, it's the, no.
And and Ted, thanks for stepping up. I appreciate it.
BLM bike trails.
It's exciting.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm okay with the CCI,
Yeah.
the block of them, because it's all kind of at one time anyway,
It's
so.
not anymore. They've changed
Oh,
the
no.
whole scheduling.
There's-
So, you know, like my three used to always be Friday from like 11 to the end of the day. Now he's changing it every session so that one day transportation will meet at 9 in the morning, and then the next week it'll be the next day at 2. So you
So-
really have to look at the
Okay.
schedule and agenda and ahead of time and sort of figure out how is this going to work. So like for me, it used to be one committed day. Now it's 2. But sometimes it's only half an hour on that one day. So unfortunately, that just changed. So
So the,
not quite as convenient as it used to be.
Okay, we'll have to see.
so Wednesday is posted, which is CCAT 4 to 8, and again, Levi's here. And then Thursday and Friday are already posted, and they list the committees and the time. They don't list the time, they list the start time.
Yeah, that's right. And the order.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's moved to random, which is fine. If people are in the room, it's fine.
Yeah.
If you're online, they also break for an hour in the middle for lunch where you're like,
Got it.
yeah. So
Interesting.
Again, the way it's set up right now is a Wednesday night CCAT, Thursday CCI, Thursday night CC4CA happy hour, and then CCI Friday. So if you're in Denver, it's a fruitful 3
You
days.
mean this week?
This week, yeah. There's a happy hour in Denver. Unfortunately, we have the airport as well as you have a caucus, I
The
think, on
airport's
Thursday
one
night. So,
Yeah.
yeah, you'll quickly see there's overlaps in terms of.
Okay, I would like to go in person to
Yeah.
start whenever I can, just to,
Yeah.
I just think that's better for success.
So,
Then plus you get to meet a lot of other commissioners.
so the following week is a legislative update. It's only an hour and a half. That's worth going to.
Okay.
It's literally 12 to 1:30. If we're in the office, we'll do it together, meaning I'm looking at Levi, we'll take the call together. And then the following week will be, again, another 2-day, where it's generally CCAT, CCI, CC4CA, CCAT.
Okay.
And so it's a productive 3 days, if you will. And again, this finishes in May. So the legislative session wraps up, and, not saying we move back towards federal, but your schedule frees up very quickly come May.
The
And so-
longest meetings are usually Health and Human Services.
Yeah.
Some of the others can be pretty short.
Okay.
So, and then there's a winter conference in Keystone usually, and a summer conference in Westminster.
Reverse.
Vail. It's usually in Vail.
Used
It's
to be in
reversed.
Colorado Springs, so you
Yeah,
never know.
winter is in
All sounds good.
Yeah,
Westminster.
summer's in
It was
Avon.
winter when I drove down, so that's what. So anything else? Otherwise, we're going to digress into a CCI conversation.
I do have one other item, but I think we can do CCI and can do my last item. I would just say the reminder on your the relevancy of CCI. I would articulate and remember that as long as CCI holds the 60% vote, your voice has more influence there. If they go to 50-50, then I say your voice as being maybe not aligned with the majority of counties sometimes, but by needing that supermajority vote, you actually have a larger voice at CCI. And so I think there's still a lot of value from my perspective of being able to advocate on behalf of many things of CCI. I think in particular right now, if we were not there, we would be lost on the human services side because there's not another gap to fill. I don't think CCAT or others, there's really alignment there on the human services because that's the only thing counties do. And so it allows us to have a voice with the state that otherwise you would be individualized. But it's totally up to you. Just if kind of the county's position has been in the past, and as long as we have that supermajority, you have a louder voice amongst those 60, I guess it's 61 counties that are members.
We're preventing a supermajority.
Yes.
Francie.
So just to look at the numbers,
Do you fly in the ointment?
yeah, it's my experience that we have about 5 allies on many of the bills. Now that Boulder has rejoined, maybe 6, depending on the bill. And it's always the same, you know. It's Clear Creek and Eagle and San Miguel and sometimes Route, sometimes Summit, not always. So it's tough to hold your own, and the only time I get a voice of any in any kinds of the things that I would normally be on the other side of is agriculture, and that's the only reason that a lot of those guys ever even listen to me.
Okay.
It's pretty tough. It's pretty tough. Levi, can I ask Levi to say
Yeah,
something?
please.
Levi, what do you think about our involvement in CCI and the value of it?
We've already paid the dues.
Yeah, we already paid for 2026, so I think it's hugely valuable because I think we get to counterpoint all of the issues that we think are important here. We can see what different counties think about them, and also, as Kara mentioned, the power of our voice. And as a lobbying organization, I think CCI is really powerful, and so the positions that they take have influence over legislators and how they vote through committees and when issues hit the floor. So I think it's pretty valuable.
I'm not sure I agree with you that they have a lot of influence over legislators.
Don't think?
Not so much, I don't think, because most of the legislators are Democrats and most of the positions are Republican that CCI takes.
So I will add, I think, over just my limited experience, the seat at the table relative to shared services and redistricting is coming directly from Kelly Flanagan, working with the human services directors in the state of Colorado. And so to me, much like we have CCAT that's working on maintaining local control through Home Act or whatever else, I think CCAT has been the star and the lead on the human services conversation. That's been the and when you think about
As compared to CCI?
Yeah, you said CCAT.
Sorry, CCAT and human services this year, it's being driven by Kelly Flanagan.
CCA, you're saying CCAT.
Kelly Flanagan. This one.
Okay, you're talking CCI, okay.
CCI has been the driver in terms of human services. We're at the table pushing back on the state with the human services directors through CCI. I think there's a different value in CCAT. That's why I was conflating the two, sorry. I think there's also alignment amongst the 64 counties also in solar siting and land use with regards to local control. So if you take human services and local control, there's more alignment than CCI given the Democratic majority at the state level. It's an exciting body this year, and it has a place in the final year of this administration. So again, I think CCAT, I would agree with you, is closer with the legislators, as he would say, Thomas, and really works that relationship. So they're literally there almost helping craft the language. I don't see that relationship at CCI. But again, if I was going to say for 26, human services and land use are critical for our involvement with CCI. So. Thanks for hearing me out.
The staff are amazing, and they're very, very helpful in terms of understanding things. I would say that. So as an educational forum, the staff are incredible.
It's
Jeffrey?
again, Ted, you'll go to the hour and a half next week, and it's like speed dating for bills.
I never go to that.
Yeah,
I never go to that. I use
Patty.
Levi.
Yeah, I'll just throw a little As far as with NACO, National Association of Counties, and CCI, it's a good bridge because CCI is very involved with NACO, so if we need support at the NACO level.
Oh, that's interesting.
And I really learned that this last week being in Washington and actually attending the CCI event. They welcomed me like I couldn't believe, and it was a cross-section of county commissioners in the room because I'd never really met a lot of them, and they were like, what are you doing here? What can we help you? It was great, and it was great too. I would not have had that opportunity had we not been members of CCI.
Okay.
Good to hear.
Yeah.
Anything else CCI feedback?
Thanks for bringing it up, Greg.
The only reason I brought it up is the very first question I was asked when I came on the board was from a local journalist who said, why are you all still in CCI? You're always in the minority. Maybe I don't know if they had the supermajority rules back then, but they said, Eagle County fled, Boulder fled. It was a time when CCI was losing memberships. It seems like that's turned around, and so
A bit.
Well, that's partly, I think, because of Polis, because of his infringement on local control. So we've been more aligned with some of the other
Rallying more.
counties than
Yeah.
we have in other
So
times.
it's good to have that context.
And I think you've seen Eagle and Boulder have
Come
both
back
come
in.
back in
Yeah.
for some.
I mean, again, to Francis' point, it's George Marlin at Clear Creek. In Route, it's Sonia Macy's. In Boulder, it's Commissioner Stoltzman. We've got a lot of allies at that table.
Eagle.
Yeah, and it's either Tom and or Matt from Eagle. I don't feel like it's as much of an us and them right now this year on many issues.
That's great.
And part of it was, and Levi, sorry to bring you back, but part of what was impressive this year was we got to a really refined list at CCI in terms of the priorities. And I think that's helped the focus of the organization, through that process. That was contentious. That was a little bit of blue versus red. But at the end of the day, I think we got to a list that CCI said they could manage and they could move forward with, but also track the other 480 bills that would come along. But there was much, I thought the focus out of that was excellent, that we did as an organization back in October.
And we were able to keep them on bills that were pretty well suited to their expertise and
Yeah.
sometimes of low impact to us. So I think that was positive.
Yeah. So in our remaining 11 minutes, anything else? We had one more item in open discussion, unless there's anything else on CCI before I close the CCI conversation.
It's
Thank
somewhat
you.
related,
Come
but
back in 5.
I don't
Yeah.
think there's clarification for, we will bring the resolution back. I have all this. I think I heard that maybe, Greg, are you stepping into transportation? Are Greg and Ted stepping into the transportation committee?
I was gonna just offer, if Ted gets down there and says, this is too much, I don't wanna do this right now, I can pick it up, but if you wanna sink your teeth in it, go ahead, and I'll talk to you.
Might I suggest to move forward that Ted would lead transportation?
Yeah.
And I would be the backup. And this way, it basically gives us really 3 people that are running CCI, because you're not going to run down for a committee meeting.
Probably not.
I appreciate the offer, and we'll compare notes on transportation. I think I put it out there because of your interest in RAFTA and just the overlap. But the shortest number of bills is like TRED.
Yeah.
Tourism, rec, and economic development, followed by transportation, legislation, and government. They're short, usually short committee. And you'll look at the master list tonight, you'll see they're usually the shortest. And Levi can back us up.
Can I?
Yeah, please.
And that's, the transportation was one of the big points with NACO
Yeah.
and CCI, where we had some alignment, not just at the CCI, at the reception, but when I was working with the commissioners going to see Congressman Hurd, et cetera, commissioners from around the state of Colorado, was the fact that we're in alignment with trying to get those federal dollars back into Colorado for transportation, regardless of the fact is how we got cut out of those federal dollars. That discussion never came up. It's just how do we get them back? And that was real positive. And so that's a positive point of transportation at the CCI level.
One other committee assignment question was, are we still having a Wednesday morning meeting with the attorneys and the engineers on water?
We're working on that. We're not working on Shoshone anymore with the same engineers. So Rye is trying to read, and Anne Marie, we're trying to redesign that and see how often we need to meet and that kind of thing.
So might I suggest that And part of the logic was to make sure everyone had their foot in the water. And so if that comes back, could we bring that to the board?
To see who's gonna be the
To see who's gonna,
water chief?
yeah, just, and I'm looking to Ted, because it's like, Francie has the River District. I would be the lead on the round table. I just want to make sure that when we go to the board table and talk about water, that we all have some.
Yeah, you'll have to talk to Ryan about that, because he
Yeah, no,
asked
no.
me to do that, so.
Yeah, no.
But there's other ways to be involved
It wasn't
with the water.
rethinking the board, it was thinking the conversation that you were having with District 2 with the attorneys and the engineers to bring Ted into that conversation potentially.
Oh, I
If
see
that
what
was
you're
still,
saying.
that's where I'm going.
Okay.
Sorry.
Mhm.
And so right now we have one as a water liaison. Do we need two? And that's where I was pushing.
But it's going to be interesting when we reschedule that because of the agenda review committee, so I don't know where that's going.
And I think we can it sounds like that's somewhat up in the air right now, so,
But I'd like everyone to have a
we
crack
don't
at
need
it, but also just look and say, do we all have a little bit of water?
Yeah.
So we all come to the table. You know, again, I find the round tables amazing because I get this day of info.
It is still on the schedule for next Wednesday.
And my point is, as far as updating the resolution, that is not one that requires the resolution.
Right,
So as
right.
we got more, we can just bring it more for
Right.
board discussion. Secondary.
I have one other
Please.
thing. Do we need to at some point have a discussion about our lobbyist in DC?
Yes, so we are working on the scope and getting, soliciting that out. Yeah.
I can catch you up.
Yep. And so we want to get this scope out. I will share, I shared the scope out with a couple different folks and I'm waiting for feedback. So I will follow up and try and get that out this week.
Excellent. Thank you.
On that same vein, the only other item I have is the congressionally directed spending is open between Representative Hurd. So Ted, these are essentially earmarks at the federal level. Last year, we submitted $5 million for the airport terminal. You all might be able to fill in the gaps better than me here at the table, but we had all 3 members of our delegation carry that forward, and I think even 2 submitted it to the committee, which shows that's pretty rare. Usually the delegation will get together and they won't be the same, but it really showed support for our airport project. Because the EA, what we understand is because the EA was not signed, the committee essentially would not accept that. So in talking with our federal lobbyists before they left us, this was one thing that Jessica had flagged and urged, and so we are wanting to check in with the board, make sure you're comfortable, but we are pursuing to submit $5 million request to the for CDS to all 3 members of the delegation. And there's 2 different deadlines. One is March 16th is Representative Hurd, and then Hickenlooper and Bennett's office, I believe, is the 24th. So we've got to get some letters of support out too. But
So for discretionary.
for discretionary, yeah.
And we did not talk about when I was in DC and met with the 3 legislators because it hadn't been released yet. I did send it on to staff. I think we all got it, but if you would like me to, I now just have very recent contacts in all 3 of those offices with transportation related issues. So let me know if you want me to put in a call.
Great. We have our sustainable strategies crew is working on that. They also, in addition to grant writing, do some lobbying, and they've done it for us for other CDS project outside the airport. So I think we can get that information to
Let me know.
Ashley. That'd be great.
Anything else open discussion?
That is everything I have.
Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
It's a work session. We don't need a motion.
Don't need
It's
one.
Tuesday.
Tricked me.
We could just get up and walk out.
We're 4 minutes early. Grassroots, enjoy your evening.
Thanks.
Kim, awesome job. Congratulations on your first day solo. Thank you.
Yeah, I was really impressed. You made comments and everything. Open Space and Trails set you up for that.
Ted,
I
you
am-
can breathe now.
Yeah,